dignitaries, you are all important today. Your views are critical to this process. A series of studies have been undertaken, and we are needing to engage and socialize these processes. There are a couple of things I'd like to do, but let's start with who is in the room. So we don't have time to go through 40 to 50 individual introductions. So I'm going to ask you to just raise your hand when the sector or the group that I call out resonates with you, if you are representing that group. So as you know, PCC, Presidential Climate Commission, has these social partners, so the recognized social partners and stakeholders beyond are all here today, and I think some people are joining us online. I'm not too sure, Belinda, but people online are most welcome to join as well. So when I call the social partner group or the stakeholder group, please just raise your hand so we can see who you are, and then we urge you to network during tea, and I think we're ending with a lunch. So let's get started. And let's start with labor. Yeah, welcome. Business, commercial sector, business, welcome. Great, government, national, provincial, local. Let's see national. National, okay. Provincial, okay, good. Local, yes, okay, we're all here. All right. Civil society organizations and NGOs. Very good. You're most welcome. Okay, who have I forgotten? Finance. Representatives of finance? National Treasury? No? Banks? Okay. We hope that we are going to engage further with them. Very good. I cannot take up too much of your time, but I do want to say just a couple of things before I hand over to the PCC to ask Desigan to say a few words. I think, first of all, just to be clear on purpose, we understand that the series of readiness studies have been undertaken, and as stakeholders in the agriculture group, we really need to participate in this process and give our views, perspectives, share our knowledge. And I ask that when you do share your knowledge, you may have the most controversial views in the room or in the world. I ask you just to share it with the utmost respect, and always just remember that we're here to listen and learn and share, but to always be patient and tolerant. But we need to be inclusive, and we need to be constructive in our contributions that we make. So I just ask that of all of you. This is an open, safe space, and you are free, please, to share your views, controversial or not. Great. So I would like to already say now where we want to be at the end of the day. You have probably done, I'm going to assume that you've done some of the reading that was sent to you when you were invited. I'm going to highlight three things that are important for when we wrap up. What are the conditions of success, and what are the priorities for adaptation readiness in the agricultural sector? What are the conditions for that? Are we ready? Where are we? And what are the conditions for us to be ready? What are the climate resilient development pathways? How are we going to do it, and who is going to do it? And how are we going to do it together? Then, of course, we are obviously working within the context of climate change. We are working in the context of striving towards a just transition. The three types of justice, procedural, restorative, and distributive in the just transition are critical. And you will see through the information that is shared today just how critical and how challenging it still is in terms of justice and the agricultural sector and our state of readiness, and how are we going to deal with those issues of justice as we move forward to accelerate readiness. Okay? We know where we need to get to at the end of the day. Very good. Desigan, I'm going to ask you please to say a few words from the Presidential Climate Commission. Desigan is the Climate Adaptation Lead from the PCC Secretariat. Thank you, Desigan. You have 10 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. I wonder, do we close that door? Because we have neighbors. Thanks, Devin. Good morning to all of you. Lovely to see you, and hello to the folk online as well. I will stick to less than those 10 minutes. Let me just make sure that I do. Because, I mean, the PCC is in listening mode in this workshop. There's a great deal of work that has been done in the agriculture sector, both recently around climate change, but also for many, many, many decades in this country. I mean, one of the things that we have to remind ourselves of is that agriculture-wise, most of this country has never been ideal for the general enterprise of agriculture. If you like, although climate change has sharpened the edge on this issue, South Africa has a long track record of very successfully farming at the margins. We need to up that skills base to a completely different level now, and I think we know this. So I just want to remind us of a few things as we start out in this discussion, building on the workshops that have been had before, building on the dialogues that have been had before, as well as the research that you have access to, both from this project in the PCC, as well as the loads of work that's been done on agriculture and development in this country over a long time. And there are some of the doyens in the room today that are either the people to credit for the great analysis or the people to blame if they got some things a little bit wrong. And I'm not looking at anyone in particular. So the few reminders are, one, in the UN system, the agriculture discussion has been sharper on the one hand around some issues and unfortunately ignored around some of the bigger agendas. And the three conventions in particular to look at is the Climate Change Convention, the CCC, the Convention on Desertification, the CCD, which will happen in a couple of weeks in Saudi Arabia, and the CBD, which was the Biological Diversity Convention, which has had its sitting this year, and it built on the Kunming agreements from the last couple of years. And you know that in all of them, agriculture has become a very controversial issue. And this is something we do have to engage with. Because as a country, we can't be schizophrenic around this. We can't have a 30 by 30 commitment to biological diversity on the one hand, and not alter the way we do agriculture in order to meet that in a succinct way. The second thing that I want to point to is that it is a focus of other fora as well. So the other forum inside the UN is, of course, the SDGs. And as a country, we are still committed, I believe, to the goal of SDGs 1 and 2 around organizing not only for nutritional security for everyone in the country, which is SDG 2, but that agriculture is going to play a pivotal role around organizing to take people out of poverty, which is SDG 1, and then it correlates to a range of SDGs all the way down the line. And we had a specific discussion around SDG 6 in the workshop before this one around water and sanitation matters. But beyond that as well, beyond the system, the United Nations system, this is also a focus. So you will know that one of the three pillars that Brazil carried into the G20 this year was, in fact, hunger and poverty as a core focus. Now, some of that is reflected in the agreement, a lot of it is not, but it's giving you the picture that there's a recognition that this is really pivotal. There's a recognition that it has a huge role to play to achieve the development agendas as well as the climate resilience agendas, as well as the move to equality agendas in the world. But honestly, not much is being done at a global level around moving that bar in a substantive way. And national systems are increasingly being looked on to move that in a specific direction. This is also true for the African continent. So CADIP, which was a fantastic initiative of the African Union, has lost a lot of its momentum over time. There's a possibility that it will be reignited now with the new African Union Commission that comes into business at the beginning of next year, but we can't count on that. The second thing I really want to emphasize is that the state of play around climate, for the longest time we thought it was a linear relationship around the rate of change. We're discovering that it simply is not. I know that some people still want to hang on to the 1.5 dream. I will dream with you. But the dream part of that phrase is becoming more and more relevant, because our reality is that 2023 was already 1.48. These are the audited numbers from the WMO for 2023. 2024 is pegged as the year that we will experience 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial levels. It's very scary. It'll be a long time before that becomes an average. You need about 10 years of data before you can pronounce on it. But the distance between now and 2100 is very big. It means whatever the level of our skepticism is around things like carbon capture, storage, and utilization, we're going to have to put a lot of effort into sucking out those greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, or we're in serious trouble. And in the middle of all of that, the agriculture enterprise is absolutely pivotal, because it's torn in very different directions. On the one hand, it's being called upon as the instrument to deal with the global poverty issues, as the instrument of choice to deal with the global poverty issues and inequality issues on the one hand, and organize for the nutritional security that we really need. And we'll be talking about the entire agro-processing chain, not just the production part. And on the other hand, the recognition that the agricultural enterprise is a major contributor to some of our difficulties, to our water scarcity, to our carbon emissions, to our soil degradation, to our biodiversity loss, and these are all very real. So the challenge that we have in this project that the PCC is doing with all of its partners, and there are a large number of partners, is to organize to find the right formula, if we can, and the building blocks around how to move this agenda forward, and simultaneously organize for the reaching of those goals, but on a climate resilient pathway. This is absolutely key. Now, is this impossible? Well, the answer is not. You know, there have been a bunch of conversations that have been happening with some industry leaders recently, including Agri-SA, where Jansa Ravi, our commissioner, is from. And the thing that we're agreeing very quickly in the beginning of the discussion is that South Africa already has a track record that demonstrates how this can be done. People cite different examples, but in general, that category of top-end farmers that are the exporting farmers in the South African environment show you exactly how you can have sustainable, climate-resilient, resource-efficient farming practice and agro-processing, driven by other factors, driven by the market more than it is by these agendas, but it shows you what is possible. Another example that is often cited is the example of some small-scale farmers, and how, against absolutely impossible odds, they're not only organizing for successful farming, they're organizing for resilient and sustainable farming. Maybe not yet completely climate resilient, but not too far from that. And then we have other pressures inside the system that are pushing us to think even more sharply around this. Because agriculture is looked at as one of the key instruments to organize for us to actually achieve the just transition. Absorbing people away from those fossil fuel value chains into an economic diversification formula has agriculture very much at the center of it. Agriculture and agro-processing. This is same for the skills base that we require to move into a climate resilient economy going forward. And alongside that, other pressures that come along with it, with biofuels being looked at as one of the prized areas once again to organize for the transition away from fossil fuels. So the challenge is immense, clearly, but I think we have a couple of things in our corner as we engage this. One, it is an issue that South Africa has been examining together with international partners in earnest for about a century, maybe even more than that. So the body of knowledge and knowledge creators, researchers, is reasonably good in the South African environment. I think we can bank that. The second is that we have these examples of where we can be successful, and we need to build on that. The third thing that we have is this whole notion that South Africa's better economic development pathway going into the future means having a very strong agriculture sector inside the system. And the fourth issue that's rearing its head in the most interesting way right now around the trade wars is that further impetus is going to come around this issue as agriculture takes a more and more center stage around the global trade wars and the new trading environment. There's an opportunity space locally with the AFCFTA inside the continent, but globally as well, this is going to be one of the big pressure points. So I promised you I'd be less than 10 minutes, and I am, because I think there's 15 seconds to spare. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Desigan, for reminding us of the global and the continental context in which we are, the linkages between different sectors. I heard a few things, and this dilemma actually that we're in with agriculture as a savior and also a culprit is what I'm hearing. But we have opportunity and we have tremendous knowledge. And we're here in this room to try and figure some of it out. Fantastic. That sets a lovely scene for today. I must apologize. I have forgotten to say, okay, who did I miss in the introductions? Who did I miss? And I think I missed research institutions, the researchers. Please raise your hand. Thank you. Look what a big group I forgot. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry about that. The other thing I forgot to do was to tell you, actually, we're going to have welcome and introduction. We're going to have an overview from the PCC. We're then going to go straight into a high-level panel discussion where we're going to learn what some of the perspectives are on agriculture and climate change adaptation and the state of readiness. And then we're going to break for tea, and then we are going to learn a little bit more. We'll have two more presentations, one of them being the state of readiness. Oh, there are two more presentations, and then there's another one on the state of readiness. But we will aim to finish after group work, so you'll get all this information, you'll think, you'll ask questions, you'll engage, and then you go into group work. And there will be 3 groups, and we will give you guidance on that a little bit later in terms of those. But there are targeted questions, and there are 3 groups, and you can vote with your heart and your skill set. And then we'll have plenary feedback, and then we'll synthesize everything and highlight what the next steps are going forward. So that's how our day is going to look between 9 and 2. The last thing that I forgot to do was to say One World Sustainable Investments has been supporting the PCC in this process on the state of readiness. The team is here, and I think it's appropriate now that we go on to the next agenda item, and I welcome Belinda Petrie, who has been leading this study from One World Sustainable Investments. And Belinda, you give me a break now because you're going to facilitate the panel discussion. Welcome, Belinda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. I'm glad Desigan gave you a chance to regroup a little bit, especially when I saw how many of our research partners are in the room. All right, so I've got a great job of moderating a panel, and if I can invite my panelists to please come up. So we've got Prof. Stephanie Midgley, and I'm going to leave their bios on the screen. I will talk them through. Steph, please sit over here. So Steph Midgley is a specialist scientist at the Climate Change Western Cape, specialist scientist for climate change, at the Western Cape Department of Agriculture. She's been there for a few years. She's got a PhD in botany and a master's in agriculture and more than 30 years of experience, some of which was with One World. So I've got first-hand experience of this excellent knowledge and insight in the botanical agriculture climate sort of interface, and she's highly knowledgeable, I think, about the climate science agriculture interface, and particularly around the science policy interface, which is what we've asked Stephanie to talk about on the panel. And then we've got Dr. Sylvester Mpandile, who's a executive manager at the Water Research Council. He used to be at the Agriculture Research Council. He's also an adjunct professor at the University of Venda in environmental science. Sylvester's work, and the reason we've wanted him to be with us today, is that another very passionate person that is focused on research and development and innovation, particularly around climate change, agriculture, and nexus approaches. So the water, energy, food, environmental nexus, but always with that innovation thread that I've seen for many years that's coming through. Then we have Prof. Ben Cousins, who's been up since early this morning to get here today. Ben, many of you will know, he's Emeritus Professor at University of Western Cape. He's the founder of what we fondly know as PLAS, or the Poverty, Land and Agrarian Studies Institute at UWC. He started that in 1995. And Ben, I think you stopped being a director in 2009, somewhere around there, if I remember correctly, but a PhD in applied social science, very much focused on strategic research, and very much focused there on the issues of production, property and power, and the interconnectedness in the context of land and agrarian reform in Southern Africa. So fairly controversial, hot topic at the moment. And currently editing a book. I don't know the detail of it, and I don't know if it'll come up, but I was excited to hear that you were doing it on climate change and smallholders. So that's why we've got Ben in the room. And then we've got Dr. Manto Kgopola, who's the director of the Mpumalanga Department of Agriculture. So we've got two provincial departments on the panel today. I discovered something new about you, as in new for me, and that was that you were awarded a Medal for Excellence in Academic and Extension Support in 2021. Correct? Correct, yeah. And I was excited when I found that, because it kind of corroborated one of the reasons that I wanted Dr. Kgopola on the panel today, and that is that she's got such strong, deep experience of working with some of the institutional issues, governance issues over a long period of time. So she's also seen change in government over time, and around the extension system that our farmers are so reliant on, both from a smallholder producer perspective and linking those into value chains, but also from a food security perspective. So Dr. Kgopola's got a PhD in food security, and I know she's a deep thinker and is always thinking about how we make sure that our households are able to be food and nutrition secure in South Africa. So she'll also bring that angle. So that's who you've got in front of you today. We've got an hour roughly with all of you, and I've got targeted questions for the panelists, bearing in mind this experience that they've got. So we can leave the slide up just so you can remind yourselves about where these people come from. So what I'm going to do is go through a first round of questions for each panelist. They'll each give an input. I'm then going to open it up to the floor. You can please interact. through me with the panel on questions or issues you want to raise around what's being said. And then we will move into a second round of questions and go through for the panelists that we've prepared, and then come back to the floor. So an interactive discussion. I am going to ask, just in echoing Ruth's words around constructive, there are controversial issues. This is a difficult space in South Africa, and climate change is not making that space any easier. And we're not ready, is a key finding from the work that we've been doing in support of the PCC as a country for the climate change crisis, which is not coming, it's here. And so what we really want to do, and this is the second thing I'm asking, so the first is constructive inputs on difficult issues. The second thing I'm asking is that we focus on the topic. There's a lot that can divert us. There's an enormous amount that can take us down various pathways. But we're here to think about how we make the most vulnerable farmers in this country resilient to climate change, and how we as various actors, and we've got all the social partners in the room today, represented to some or other degree, but what is it that we can do together to further what we are doing at the moment. And this panel is here to help us also set the scene for our group work a little bit later. So that's just a little bit about the order of the day. Steph, I'm going to start with you. Sorry, Prof. Midgley, I'm going to start with you. I've known you for far too long. So Steph, as I said, has got this really strong background in climate science and science and agriculture. So Steph, with that in mind, what is your role at Western Cape? What is the role of climate science in accelerating climate adaptation readiness? And why does this matter for the just transition to a climate resilient and responsive society? Let's start with you.
Yes, thank you, Belinda, and good morning, everybody. Good morning to all online as well. I think it's absolutely critical, the role of science in this space, and I'm going to explain a little bit why it's becoming even more critical now as we go into the next phase. The adaptation gap is absolutely clear to us, and I think many people are grappling with why this is. And I think science really is starting to step into this space to try to close that gap. And I just want to I want to start with saying there is no one size fits all. And in South Africa, we have a huge diversity of climate, of agricultural production systems, and that is so important to take note of. We need to start digging down, right down to farm level, to the ecosystem around the farmers, the farming communities, and become much more locally contextualized, so evidence-based for those particular farmers. And I think we make too many general high-level assumptions that then are not relevant, not applicable to the farmers at ground level. So we need the science to give us the resolution, and I think that is starting to happen. We need to have very clear science-based messages at, I would call it, agroclimatic zone level. We are using 23 different zones in the Western Cape that capture the different, not only the biophysical, the climatic conditions, but also soils and also some of the socioeconomic. So when we go to each of those zones, we have a very clear message for that zone based on the climate science, the historical climate, the future climate expectations, the extremes, and then link that to the climate, to the production systems that we are dealing with there and the farmers that we're dealing with. I think science, so I was very surprised and delighted earlier this week that science is starting to close that gap. So the Global Change Institute at WITS, in fact, earlier this week, launched, together with SANBI, IPCC-based fact sheets for every district municipality in this country. Now that's the kind of tool that we really, really need to start digging down to farm level. Even district level is still a little bit too high, local would be better, but it's a start. And if we can mobilize and all the farmers themselves, but not just the farmers, the ecosystem around the farmers, so, and even cross-sectorally, even the local bank manager, the local seed supplier, the local municipal manager, the local disaster manager, all these people should be working together, and extension, not forgetting extension, working together around those farmers, having a clear common message for that area that is informed by the science. And we're getting those tools now from the scientists, which is really exciting. The other thing I think that we need to think about is that we have realized now, and Jessica also said it earlier, we are moving into a phase of accelerated climate change, which we didn't expect. It's not linear. We are moving into extreme and possibly dangerous territory, and we are going to rely more and more on our scientists to help us negotiate what that means on the ground. There are going to be areas that are going to have very high rates of warming, very serious rates of drying possibly, but also wetting in some places, and extreme rain and flooding. And scientists are going to have to help us to figure out that it's not linear anymore, but where is it going? And it's not the same everywhere in the country. Some areas are going to be much harder hit than other areas. So that brings it to another point, that science can help us identify where the most vulnerable farmers are. And I don't think we've really done that yet. I think people who work with farmers on the ground understand vulnerability. But at a national level, even at a provincial level, we haven't really mapped out clearly in an evidence-based way, where are the most vulnerable farmers? Who are they? What kind of support do they need? And how can science help? I think for me it's really important that, yes, the science also needs to filter up into national and global agendas, and it does. And one of the things that I just want to come back to the science fact sheets that were published earlier, or launched earlier this week, the climate science fact sheets. The reason they were developed, interestingly, is that the big global finance, climate finance, is now demanding evidence-based, rigorous science at high resolution, at local level. For example, the Green Climate Fund. I think Sanbi was involved with this because they are managing that funding for South Africa, and asked the scientists, please give us this rigorous, very locally contextualized information, because the big funders are asking for it, and we aren't ready. So if we want to access finance for the most vulnerable, even at local level, we need that science basis, that science information. So there are many, many reasons we need the scientists, and we have people in this country doing absolutely amazing science, and we need to give them credit. We need more. We need more researchers doing that, making that link right down to farm level. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Stephanie. Some important and a lot of messages there, getting down to the ground, using the science to identify the most vulnerable farmers. And I'm going to actually switch my order now because of that. And also, I think that IPCC tool is fantastic. Dr. Paula, I'm going to come to you because I think based on what Steph has said, around getting to the most vulnerable farmers, identifying who they are, using the science to do that, and also using the science, I like that point as well, around being able to increase access to finance. I'm wondering about your thoughts on what are the most effective, in your past history and your current history, what are the most effective governance and institutional arrangements that we can leverage, that we have at our fingertips, but maybe are not using, I'm not sure, don't want to put words in your mouth, but to be able to bring together the science, the vulnerable farmers, the markets, etc., from a government perspective. And please don't forget partnerships, because it's not only about government.
Thank you, Belinda, and good morning to the audience as well as the hosts are online. Yes, I think the first speaker indicated that climate change is here, and we're already suffering the impacts. We're no longer hearing like something that's going to happen tomorrow. But the challenge is that we don't walk the talk. We're still talking about it when it comes to the agricultural support, especially for our emerging farmers or smallholder and subsistence farmers. We can learn from the past. I remember towards the end of the 90s and early 2000s, we introduced the integrated food security strategy. And in that strategy, we called upon public sector, private sector, civil society, and to some extent, the farmers themselves. And we had a strategy which clearly defined what role each sector is going to play. And we had forums or fora where we planned together, we came up with indicators what to monitor, and as such today, we still have the programs that resulted from that strategy. You've got your social grants for households that could not afford food. We had the food fortification program of the maize meal, because we realized that that was a staple food for the poor. And agriculture again came up with the food production program, which now is abused. You know, any person who's doing something, if we don't understand or it doesn't even have much impact, we call it a food security project, which is not. Agriculture, in terms of contributing to the food security, we had to come with a food production program. And the farmers themselves, the organized agriculture, came to the party to explain to us to how best can we support them. And private sector as well came on board. And the farmers were mainly, in terms of the food production program, were on the driving seat. But over time, we sit in nice boardrooms like this one, we're air-conditioned, and then we become what Belinda says, I am, deep thinkers. And we plan for these farmers, and these farmers become beneficiaries. I think if we can all go and Google what a beneficiary is. A beneficiary is, in terms of a will, you are born into this family, and when your parents die, you just become a beneficiary. You don't know how what you are benefiting came all about. So we have created our farmers to become beneficiaries. So I really think that for us to be ready for the climate adaptation, we really need to bring the farmers back into the driving seat, so that as we support them, as we plan for them in these nice, beautiful rooms, they are also part of these decisions, because whatever option we opt for, it won't be 100% with no challenges, but they need to choose and also anticipate the challenges that they are going to face, and as well as maybe be part of the solutions of how we're going forward. So I am really recommending that we have to come up with a framework or a strategy that calls upon all the role players or all the sectors that will affect agriculture in one way or another. Because although this is a serious problem, if it was a patient, you'll be taken to the ICU. But the nature of the problem is that it has got an environmental, it has got social, economic, cultural imperatives. So it's really forcing us to have that integrated, intersectoral approach to dealing with this. And as well as when we look in terms of the resource-poor farmers or smallholder farmers, many of them reside in communal areas where they are being led by traditional leadership. So traditional leaders always complain that we zoom into their space and they see things happening. And you go to some rural places, there's no longer any grazing land anymore because of the mushrooming of settlements. And I thought when I was passing through some of the villages that it was because of the local chief, but now they are also blaming on councillors. So I really think we really need to come into one room and all of us see the monster that we are facing, and all of us with our different capacities shape the plans going forward, as well as the plans that we're going to adopt, so that we don't, in the process of implementing one program or another, say, oh, we forgot about water. Oh, we forgot about the chief, when now the chief says, no, you cannot do this in my space. So I am recommending that let's learn from past programs that were successful, where the strategies were integrated and called upon public sector, private sector, civil societies, as well as the farmers themselves, to be partners in this whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kapola. I think there's a clear message around empowering farmers. My words, not yours. But just that whole thinking about the beneficiaries. Sylvester, just given a lot of what Dr. Kapola has just said, among other, and Stephanie's inputs, and given your work, particularly around the nexus, the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus, how are you thinking, or would you be thinking about institutionalizing? Because there's lots of research at the moment, but I don't think we've institutionalized. We haven't built these cross-sectoral partnerships that Dr. Kapola is talking about. So how could we and should we be thinking about institutionalizing the nexus approach to benefit smallholder farmers, empower them, bring them into the broad agriculture system, and build resilience?
Can I stand up? Maybe?
Please.
Yeah.
Do you want to come here?
Yeah. Good morning, colleagues, and thanks, Belinda. Maybe the question with regards to institutionalization, it was supposed to be asked Desi again, because he's the one who started with the water, energy, food nexus story, and I must give credit to him, because since then we've been pushing very hard to drive the water, energy, food nexus at global level. What we are doing now, we have done research for the past 11 years. We have identified research gaps that needs to be addressed, including policy gaps within the water, energy, food nexus space. But we have realized that in order for us to accelerate WEF nexus initiatives, we need to link WEF initiatives with other existing programs. There are two examples that I'm going to put them on the table. One is the underutilized strategy that has been developed by the National Department of Agriculture, or Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery, whatever acronyms or names you can use. Why they've developed that? One, through the research that have been done by Water Research Commission, they've realized that majority of these underutilized crops, they use less water, and they are rich in nutrients, they are easy to manage, and most of them, they are found in rural areas. And as a result of that, they've realized that, it's better to co-opt underutilized program as part of the food system. Second issue is the irrigation strategy that has also been developed by the Department of Agriculture. And through the evidence-based coming from Water Research Commission. By the way, we are a knowledge generation organization. We've been there for almost 53 years. And for us, the most important thing is to generate knowledge and manage it, but also identify key strategic partners for implementation purposes. And I'm glad that, some of my colleagues like Dr. Chippy Oliver, Desigan, and other colleagues, when we were developing the National Climate Change Policy, one of the tactics that was used was to move away from departmental approach to sectoral approach, which is very, very important, because we were trying to avoid the interdepartmental politics. And the most important thing is for us to make sure that we improve the life of our people. And that is why the research and development and innovation that we are driving as Water Research Commission, we are not only looking at the commercial farmers, we also take care of smallholder farmers, because majority of the smallholder farmers are vulnerable, and they lack access to technology, and they've got limited financial resources. But we've got capacity building initiatives that we are driving with them. And over and above that, we've developed various tools, including guidelines, manuals, and decision support tools that we are using in order for them to save water, to save energy, and also to save inputs For us, as Water Research Commission, when we look at climate change issues, especially adaptation-related stuff, it is important to understand that there are various strategic interventions that we have developed with our key strategic partners. And I'm not claiming that Water Research Commission has got all solutions. We work with partners, and we collaborate with the various institutions, not only in the country or in the region or on the continent, but at global level. And for us, the most important thing is to make sure that whatever research and development and innovation that we drive, our objective is to make sure that firstly, we need to reduce poverty, address issues related to high unemployment in the country, and also inequality. And also making sure that, we sort of level the playing field. We link our water, energy, food nexus initiative with the National Development Plan and also Sustainable Development Goals. And we don't want to fall into the same trap like what we did during the Millennium Development Goals, wherein the focus, it was just only centered around water. The reason why we are pushing water, energy, food nexus is based on the fact that we treat all sectors equally, and there's no big brother. As a result of that, we've generated knowledge, we've identified policy gaps, we have even developed briefs, technical reports, and all those kind of things. The good news is that our research outputs are being used by international institutions like Food and Agriculture Organization, International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage. And if you go and Google Water, Energy, Food Nexus initiatives, you look at the list of research outputs coming from South Africa. It's shocking. The only thing the mistake that we are making is with regards to the knowledge uptake. And if we don't change the way we are managing business, or if we don't change our tactics, we're going to miss the bus. And other countries are taking research outputs from this country, adapt them, and use them to their respective regions. I think I can stop here, and then I will take the second round.
Thanks, Sylvester. And I've done that, Googled the water, energy, food nexus, and it is incredible what comes out of South Africa. But I think you and Steph are saying the same thing, and that is that there's amazing science out there. So the question we need to grapple with today is the uptake question that you were talking about. But Ben, I'm going to come to you on your favorite topic. If you can, I know there's a slide, please, at the back for Prof. Cousins. The question for you now, Ben, is do you think, or has the agrarian land reform policy and practice helped to build climate resilience? I know it wasn't designed to do that, but does it or doesn't it? And what should we be thinking about in shifting the game? You can use that one.
Okay, can we just go to the next slide, please? No. Okay, that's the structure of commercial farming, commercial agriculture in South Africa. Just go to the next slide. That's the structure of the small-scale black agricultural sector, okay? And I want to juxtapose these two and suggest that we are still living in a dualistic world in which the agricultural sector is dominated by large-scale commercial farming, mainly by white people, and the small-scale sector is dominated by black South Africans. Just go back to the previous slide, please. Okay, so what I want to do is suggest that we think differently about agriculture in South Africa. We adopt a different paradigm to the one which is conventionally adopted. And I want to suggest that this is critically important in order to pursue a successful agrarian reform program on the one hand, and secondly, to deal with the challenges of the just transition. Okay, so South Africa's land reform program is largely rights-based. That's very true of tenure reform and restitution. With regards to the redistribution of land, we don't really have a well-articulated economic rationale for it. It's mentioned in the Constitution, we should have a right to equitable access. It's not really a right. but the emphasis is on equity. What's lacking in our thinking in the rural sector of South Africa is thinking about changing the agrarian structure of our country to give many more opportunities to many more people, restructuring it, which is what agrarian reform is all about, and at the same time seize the opportunities to engage in the just transition. We have a 40%, more than 40% unemployment rate. If we are going to take jobs away from fossil fuel sector, where are people going to work? That is the challenge of the just transition. In a province like Mpumalanga, with great agricultural potential, surely some of those jobs should be in farming. That's what an agrarian reform program would set out to do. Okay, so we think about agriculture in South Africa in a very particular way. Our paradigm is that of large-scale, high-tech commercial farming, which basically needs getting large loans from the bank every year and repaying them back. And we don't really have a conception of other kinds of agriculture. The departments of agriculture in the provinces have to wrestle with the fact that policy does not give them a clear direction with regards to small-scale agriculture. Our thinking is in terms of the large scale. Okay, let me point out the slide. The agricultural sector is highly differentiated. The top 4,000 farmers produce 77% of value. There are 40,000 farmers, and only less than 11% of them produce 75%, 77% of all value. There are other farms, which Stats will call small or micro, and another category of micro, which amount to over 30,000 farms, which basically you could remove tomorrow, and the agricultural sector would barely notice. That's a huge opportunity for agrarian reform, for redistributing productive farmland to people who would make good use of it, black smallholder farmers. We have not taken this opportunity. We think about the large-scale commercial sector as one thing, as all being globally competitive and highly capable and brilliantly efficient, and learning how to cope with the climate challenge. It's not true. There are a very small number of very big enterprises which dominate the sector, which dominate both local food production and exports. Let me go to the next slide briefly. The small-scale farming sector is equally differentiated. There are a very large number of some 2 to 2.5 million households, or people if you like, small farmers, who produce a little bit of extra food for themselves. There, the challenge is food security. But actually, there are also small-scale farmers who produce for the market. They get very little attention, very little recognition. There are something between 200 and 250,000 of them, according to Stats SA. And they are competitive, in particular in fresh produce, partly because it's labor intensive, that is with irrigation water, and partly in livestock. 40% of all the cattle in South Africa are held by black farmers. There are also, I would say most of those are involved in loose value chains. They sell often in the informal market. They sell to bucky traders. They supply small towns. There are also a small number, here's a complete thumbsuck, 5,000 of them in contracts, tight value chains, supplying local supermarkets, or even supplying the Joburg fresh produce market. And there are also a very small number of what I would call commercial farmers, small-scale black commercial farmers, some of them benefiting from land reform, but in small numbers. So we have to, when we talk about smallholders, we must say which ones are we talking about. These are very different categories. Their farming systems, their objectives, their constraints, their opportunities are different. We have to categorize them and understand them appropriately, particularly if we want to do agrarian reform. Okay, so why don't we give 75% of the farms in South Africa to those 200 to 250,000 market-oriented smallholders. To give them irrigation water, they will produce for the fresh produce market very competitively. They will also produce livestock, not only cattle, but sheep and goats as well, and supply the market. Why don't we do that? The opportunity costs are low. The gains are enormous. And in so doing, we will create opportunities for the just transition, giving people alternatives in remunerative small-scale farming. That would be my provocation. And just to say that because small-scale farming is labor-intensive, it's employment-generating, and it's potentially compatible at least with climate-smart agriculture, because it's generally less dependent on external and carbon-rich inputs, carbon emission inputs. And in particular with livestock, in our dry country, which is going to get drier and experience more droughts. Small-scale systems on communal rangelands are well suited to those kinds of conditions, as experience around the world and in Africa will suggest. There's a vast literature on this. Okay, and finally I want to say, we have research findings from a Treasury-supported project in 2020 on employment-intensive land redistribution, which we went to 4 local municipalities and estimated what would be the net impact on job creation if you redistributed 50% of the farms in those local municipalities. They were in different ecological zones, and these are local municipalities, not districts, 24,000 new jobs, net new jobs. So the employment intensity potentially is there. So if we put all of this together, I would say that what we should be focusing on in getting the agriculture sector ready for the climate challenge is doing radical agrarian reform at the same time to create a new agrarian structure and get new kinds of partnerships between the really successful large-scale white farmers and your market-oriented smallholders. We already have some such partnerships, and together we can solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Colleagues, we've heard a lot this morning. We've heard about excellent science and innovation. We've heard about low uptake. We've heard about precedent for governance arrangements that can work from the past. And we've heard about a very dualistic sector that is not, Ben, I heard you correct, right? It's not making us ready in its current format, but it can, and a lot of opportunity. I'm going to open it up to the floor, just to interact with our panelists. I'm sure some of you have also got questions for each other, so I do want to hear from the floor, but if you do have a burning question for each other, let's keep the conversation going. But open to the floor. And please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Mbangi Nefumbada. I'm located at Water Research Commission. Sorry, Rand Water. Sorry. And I spend my time at UJ most often. The comment or question is primarily directed to Dr. Hapola and Prof. Cousins. I've listened very carefully from the beginning, the discussions that have taken place. And within the context of sustainable development goals, for example, I'm hearing 1, 2, and all of that, but I did pick up that the issue of decentralization, I think the facilitator mentioned that. Your comments or views about the SDG 12 simultaneously looking at the things that we're talking about right now. SDG 12, to remind you, it's about responsible consumption and production patterns.
Thank you. That's a good question. SDG 12, consumption patterns. Are there any other hands from the floor? All right, I see 2. Dr. Olva.
Morning, everyone. My name's Crispian Olva. I'm the Executive Director for the Presidential Climate Commission. So, I mean, I think Ben's put an interesting provocation on the table, and I want to ask the panel, basically, you know, is there a tension between sector transformation, which is very important? I mean, I think we'd all agree we want to see small-scale agriculture and black farmers expand significantly. But does that objective have any tension with the broader food security objectives that you've also talked about? And I'm posing it, you know, mindful that the small-scale agricultural sector produces, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the stats are, but it's about 4 to 5% of total agricultural output. So even if we doubled that, I mean, let's say, we'd be at 10% of total agricultural output. And the question is, what about the other 90%? I mean, what are you saying about large-scale agriculture and its role?
Do you remember this question coming up previously in a discussion at early stages on this project? Ben, you've got that. We'll come back to you. So you had your hand up, I think. Future farmers, if I'm correct.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Belinda. My name is Zakere Mabaso. I'm the president of Future Farmers and Food Producers International. I want to agree with Ben, okay? Ben, you know, if you'll know that from 1998, the government transferred something like, to date, it's about, I think it's in the region of about 10 million hectares of fertile productive land. The government bought those farms, okay, from the commercial farmers. Those commercial farmers, you know very well it was through the restitution and the land claims. Those farms were producing all kinds of food stuff, and they were generating not in the region of about $2.8 million, and employing not less than 300,000 people. Go to those farms today. The land is degrading at a very fast pace. As a matter of fact, you know, there are no more farms. Can't call those farms anymore. Those 300,000 people are now squatting in informal settlements all over the place. 300,000 of them are now unemployed. So now we have a serious problem. Ben is exactly articulating what we are trying to do. What I want to conclude with is that now, out of this forum, we need to come out with an idea, because it's a disaster. We are having a very disaster. I'll give you an example of what happened in Zimbabwe. You know very well. You know very well what happened in when the white farmers left, and then Nigeria, Zambia called those white people white farmers. And the farming there is now booming. We want to do the same thing and work out with this forum and see if we can recall all those previous white commercial farmers to join forces with the existing land reform beneficiaries, and see how we can really rebuild those farms and rebuild them to the state where they were during the ownership of the previous commercial farms. So we have got a very serious problem. In conclusion, therefore, I want to say we are here as future farmers, and that's what we want to do, and would like to see this forum assisting us in that. Belinda, thank you.
Thank you very much. An excellent question. All right, so I'm going to take those questions in response. There's another hand. Ma'am, if you don't mind, I'll come back to you in the next round. Great. I'm going to start with Dr. Sekgopola on SDG 12 and any thoughts around that. And it was a question framed by our colleague from Rand Water, but particularly around the question of decentralization, if I understand you correctly. And then we'll go to you, Ben, on a couple of questions that have come up for you.
No, thank you, colleagues. I think your question resonates very well with what I'm saying. To say we cannot do things, we cannot decide for the farming sector. And again, my experience from the integrated food security strategy, that we cannot do this as agriculture alone. For instance, the responsible consumption in terms of food security, you need health experts to understand the nutritional requirements. So if we as agriculture, we go into an area and then we just have people producing vegetables and we say this is food security project, but we know that for a person to be food secured, they need proteins, they need calories, they need vitamins, they need minerals. So now the responsible use is for the communities to understand that, to say people can be producing food. I remember as a young extension official, we will have farmers producing eggplant, but it was not part of their diet. And as you visited, they will pack it and give it to you to take it along. So I think responsible use is also understanding the needs, the physical needs of the people, so that if we're saying we're contributing to food security through food production, we understand that this food production is going to contribute to their daily meals, or they are going to sell the food so that they can access other parts of the meals that they need. And again, responsible use of chemicals and whatever that they're using. Right now, there's an outcry of food poisoning, and as agriculture, as we move around, people want to know how did this food get contaminated. So the responsible use of consumption as well as production, I think it also means the technical know-how. As the farmers are producing, we also need to share with them, the best practices and why do you have to be using this, and to make sure that whatever that they're producing is healthy, is safe for them to eat, and as well as the responsible use of food, they don't overconsume to end up with other conditions. But so it does not need only the agricultural sector but we also need the health sector to come in. We also need the social development sector to come in. And many of the inputs that we're using are manufactured by private sector. That's why then we need to be united. As a new cultivar of seed or fertilizer comes in, we really need to know, especially ourselves as agriculture and advisory services, to understand the benefits and demerits of that particular input, so that the farmers use it, knowing all how to use it effectively and how to benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you. That question and your response reminded me of our conversation on the weekend in preparation for today, where I realized that there were some, and Ruth, we didn't ask if there were health people in the room, but I know they're not here. And so we are missing some of our key stakeholders. And Sylvester, I'm actually going to come back to you on that just now from a Nexus perspective. But Ben, first to you, 2 questions. Is there a tension between your approach to sector reform and the broader food security objectives of the country, but then also the question from our future farmer president around how do we rebuild a situation that didn't work really well.
So for 12 years, I did field research in KwaZulu-Natal. Firstly, in an irrigation scheme, 540 hectares, 800 farmers, 70% of them women. Highly productive, using gravity-fed irrigation. I collected individual crop sheets for hundreds of individual crops and worked out the costs and the income, therefore the gross margin. Yields very good. Some are pretty average, but on the upper end, yields as good as commercial farmers. The output from the irrigation scheme some 10 years ago was roughly 15 to 20 million. It all gets sold in the informal market to bucky traders or in food markets in towns. Those figures are not reflected in the official statistics. They're absent. In fact, the entire informal food sector is absent from all official statistics. So your 4%, 5% figure is grossly inaccurate, Chippy. Secondly, I worked on livestock. So Msinga is a dry area because of carbon sequestration, grasslands are giving way to bush. The environment is changing. It's no longer so good for cattle production. It's excellent for goat production. And guess what? There's a massive informal goat market locally. Often animals are used in ceremonies because cattle are too expensive. It's worth millions every year. It's uncounted, completely uncounted. And the same is true across the whole country, I believe. So I think we have to first... But what we're talking about is not only the currency, we're talking about the potential. We're talking about if we redistributed productive land, often with water on it, to people who are not going to get a job, who are looking for economic opportunities, aren't we going to see production increase? Of course, there's a transition from the informal to the formal market. Of course, there are all sorts of transitions in the degree of capital intensity, degree of integration into high-tech systems. Those are all learning transitions which all farmers go through. But we haven't even begun to give those farmers a start. These realities I'm talking about are invisible to policymakers. If you look at the agricultural master plan, it says nothing about such farmers. There's one line actually about the goat market. It's crept in there somehow or other. Otherwise, that master plan talks only to the large-scale sector. As I pointed out, what we're really talking about is the top 11% of farmers who produce 75% of produce. Okay, let's include the next category down, the so-called small farmers. Okay, that takes it up to 95% of farmers. It's another 10,000 farms. So we've got half of the agricultural land in the country producing very little in terms of value. Why aren't we redistributing it? If we redistribute, most of the country, as we all know, is dry. It's suitable only for livestock. If we gave it to black livestock farmers and gave them support to supply not only local markets, but markets in towns as well, you would see massive increases in income. This is what an agrarian reform should be focusing on. At the same time, we're giving new economic opportunities. Look, what happened after Marikana? Research was done. What were the miners at Marikana spending the money on? They were investing in livestock back at home because they knew they weren't going to be on the mines for the rest of their lives. They were investing in the rural economy. But that reality is, again, unknown and ignored. There are huge, huge opportunities here. The National Development Plan, 2012-2013, suggests that there's scope for another 1 million hectares to be put under irrigation. Look, there's been debates about that figure. It's probably something like 500,000 to 600,000 hectares. New land under irrigation, with irrigation potential. Are we moving towards that? No. Why? Because the gains are not through building new dams. The gains are through improving water efficiency. So Water Research Commission, you know this. Unless we tackle the inefficiency in our water system, we don't stand a hope of transforming our agricultural sector or of making it climate smart. So that's a necessity. But if we were redistributing If there's 500,000 hectares, we're basically going to small-scale black farmers. We would have a very, very different countryside in South Africa. So why did we get it so wrong? Why are the bulk of restitution projects dismal failures? Because there was absolutely no provision for smallholder farmers. All the business plans for restitution projects said the beneficiaries must go on doing what the previous farmer was doing, i.e. one large commercial farm, which, by the way, was often going bankrupt. Those farming systems are not appropriate for smallholders. We need to imbibe the smallholder paradigm and design land reform projects which benefit people who already know how to farm and can build on what they know and extend into new kinds of technologies and so on. By adopting the large-scale paradigm as the one which rules policy, we've set people up for failure, and it needn't be like that. It doesn't have to be like that. But we've got to change our thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Sylvester and Steph, I'm still going to come back to you, but I remember that I have a promise to keep at the back here. And then, Dr. Olva, I'm going to just check in that you're okay, covered on your answer. You've got one. Good.
Thank you very much. My name is Botubui Lepule, and I'm from the Northwest Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Triggering discussions from the panel, from the panelists, very much appreciated. This is to all of the panelists. I've got two issues. Number one, especially I would love it to be led by Prof. Stephanie. I'm in awe of your experience and qualifications, if I have to indicate that. Given the way that things have been done and linking it to curriculum, even right from, I don't know if we call it curriculum, even at primary level or foundation phase, but looking at the evolution or the development around climate change, looking at us in this room, different age levels, and yet we are the people that are discussing this phenomenon. We have young people that are coming up and young minds that we believe the future of the country and of the globe may be dependent upon them. Do we have a role to play within the climate change space as far as curriculum development or curriculum realignment is concerned? Then number two is people have been around, environment and people have been interacting for years or before years, if there is such a phenomenon. And we have what was then termed indigenous knowledge systems, which when one looks at, used to actually be implementing that which we are trying to correct now. How then are we infusing the body of knowledge from indigenous knowledge systems into this development that we are undertaking? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Some great questions, and also a good segue into what I wanted to ask Sylvester and Steph about, but I do want to check in with you. Are you covered?
Yeah. I mean, I think this is an ongoing debate. You know, if Ben is questioning the 4 to 5%, what is the statistic though? Because we can't be leaping into the unknown if this is a major focus. What numbers are we actually talking about, and what is the target that we're trying to achieve? I mean, you know, is a doubling of the small-scale agricultural sector output a feasible target, or do we want to do something more than that? But I'm a little bit unclear as to exactly what we're talking about.
Great, thank you. I think that's a great question. Deskin?
Thanks, Melinda. I just want to expand the envelope of that question, actually, to ask for a response from the panel. And the other side of that coin is that we are relying on the small number of farmers, 4,000 for the first two categories, for 77% of value. I don't know what value means, but I assume there's a direct correlation to production. And the risk that is associated with that. It sounds incredible that your entire food security of a nation has a dependency on a very small number of people, even if they have large farms. And many of whom have their descendants now living in my suburb, a little bit east of here, not even ensuring the next generation of that farming. It'd be good to get a response to that. And I just want to add a few more things to maybe push Sylvester to talk a little bit about this, is that there have been many pilots that the WRC has done, and together with other institutions like the ARC, which demonstrate a whole bunch of things that are really important. One is the viability of small-scale farming. Two, the resource efficiencies that go with it. Three, the change in the crop types to more traditional crop types that are proving to be both resource efficient and high nutritional value. But the big chasm is scale up, and maybe the panel can talk about that as well. Thank you.
This panel's got a lot to talk about. We're going to be here for a while. So Ben, I'm going to come to you last, because you've got to think about a number and risk. And I think we already heard about risk from our future farmer president, and I suppose we don't want to perpetuate new risks. So I think those are important questions, as well as the chasm. I'm going to go to Steph and then Sylvester and then Ben. Steph, you please to address the curricular question. And is there a place? I think I know the answer to that. And then the indigenous knowledge. I mean, it takes me back to days at One World of exploring all of this in great detail. But Steph, I'd also like you to comment on the science, if you can, the science interface around this agrarian reform question that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing up that question. It's incredibly important. Yes, there is an absolutely huge role for youth development, curriculum development, but it's happening extremely slowly, very patchy. It is not properly mainstreamed, it's not resourced. The people who are, the teachers are not being empowered correctly, I think, with the right training and resourcing, and that extends all the way up through to extension. There's a great need, and we've been trying in the Western Cape, at least, it's in our agricultural strategy for climate change strategy, that the curriculum must be rethought and climate change brought into it very strongly. We haven't made any progress on it, unfortunately. I'm very honest about it. We've tried to engage with especially tertiary education around agriculture, but also at school level. And so when we go to the rural areas, we go to the smallholder farming communities, inevitably somebody comes up to me and says, this should be discussed at the schools. Our kids need to know about this. And they're not learning about it. And then we're told by the education department that it is in the curriculum. But it's not being implemented in those schools. And so where's the problem? There's definitely a big gap. So there is an intention in the curriculum of some sort, but it's not being driven, it's not being monitored, it's not being resourced, I think, with the right support to teachers. So yes, the youth are absolutely, they're the future of agriculture, and they need to be at the forefront of developing this agenda, and it's not happening. So I don't have an answer, but I think we need to re-engage maybe with colleagues in education and higher education as well to see how we can change that.
Steph, won't you just make a closing remark as well now in terms of your take-home from today?
I would like to also respond to the very difficult question around agrarian reform, which it's top of mind. But what I'd like to bring into it, maybe a little bit controversially, is I do not see the climate change argument in agrarian reform. I do not see a consideration of the high risks that we are going into the future being considered when we set up new farmers, smallholder farmers, in various areas across the country. We put them on a piece of land, but we are not showing them how to do climate smart agriculture for that piece of land necessarily. I think there are patches of where this is happening, but it's not programmatic. We, as you said, we are setting new farmers up for failure in many, many other ways, but I want to highlight the fact that we're setting them up for failure by not talking to them about climate change and maybe irresponsibly setting up new farmers in areas where they will not succeed because it's going to be 3 degrees warmer in their adult lives when they're still trying to produce. And I know of areas in our province where smallholder farming communities who've been farming with livestock for generations, for centuries, were brought to the edge by the drought. They are already living on the edge. And that takes me to another point of the just transition. We are going to have exit out of agriculture in certain parts of our country as a result of climate change. And we're not considering that. Yes, agriculture will absorb jobs that are lost in energy and so on, but we will also lose livelihoods. And we are not considering where those areas are going to be. Make sure that new farmers are not set up in areas that are going to be too risky to farm in future.
Thank you, Steph. Excellent closing remark. Sylvester, you heard the question from Desigan. How is it viable, small-scale farming? How do we address the chasm? My request for a closing remark, please, is how do we work with what we've got, system-wise, in this country to do better in terms of entrenching the nexus?
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, this again is correct. I mean, there are stuff that we need to address, and we should do that based on the latest scientific evidence that we have gathered. In order for us to move forward with regards to the agrarian issue, there are fundamental stuff that we need to address. And don't get me wrong, I mean, I've been in the research and development space for almost 25 years now. My observation is that smallholder farmers are very effective and efficient. However, they don't have infrastructure. For those who are producing seasonal crops, they find it very difficult. You can't transport crops from Toyando to Johannesburg. And the chances of those crops, I mean, to get rotten or whatsoever or damage is very, very high. Which means that we need to decentralize some of the services to rural areas. That is why in my portfolio, we are dealing with issues related to rural economy. Making sure that, I mean, we minimize movement of people from rural to urban areas. It forms a part of the water, energy, food nexus understanding or initiative. Second big issue that, I mean, we are also facing within the agriculture sector, specifically to smallholder farmers, issues of market access. They are producing high quality products, and those smallholder farmers need to be assisted. One of the issues, I mean, Desgen knows, we once had a project, this school vegetable garden project in Mamelodi area, in 2 primary schools. The whole idea, and I'm also linking up with the curriculum issue, was to expose those primary school kids to agricultural activities and also to demystify this perception thing that, I mean, agriculture is about carrying a hand hoe and go to the field. But we introduced different technologies like drone and all those kind of things. Over and above that, every Friday, for a period of about 3 years, we used to give 300 kids a vegetable pack, because those kids were identified as kids who are vulnerable, kids who are struggling to access food at home and all those kind of, which means that we were not only addressing agriculture issues, but also nutrition and health. And that model works very, very well. Now, Old Mutual is partnering with Water Research Commission to run that program at national level. So these are some of the issues that needs to be flagged out so that, I mean, we create enabling environment so that smallholder farmers can form part of the main economy. There was a question about indigenous knowledge system. Yes, indigenous knowledge system is very, very important, and our fathers, grandfathers, and so on, they've used that. However, the problem right now, why indigenous knowledge system is losing value, is based on the intensity and the frequency of high extreme climatic events that we are facing, and high variability and change. That's point number one. Point number two, indigenous knowledge system is not well documented, and I must take credit and give it to South African Weather Service. They've now developed a book which shows all indigenous knowledge, indicators and all those kind of things. But we need to go beyond that point, and how do we create an opportunity so that there's a trade-off between conventional science and indigenous knowledge system? And it also, it should be linked with the policy issues. It should also be linked, with the curriculum. One of the issues that I was not planning to say it, but let me say it. China University of Technology is developing a program that's going to deal specifically, with climate change issues. And that program is very attractive. I was requested to be part of that. I've accepted that because for me, I do believe that in order for us to stimulate, to encourage youth to be involved in agriculture activities and so on, firstly, we need to move away from theory to practice, which means that we need to do a lot of demonstrations so that youth could be able to understand that, agriculture is a business. Yes, it's risky, but at the same time, there are a lot of opportunities that we need to do that. At FAO level, I sit in the advisory, they are now talking about investing in youth through water programs and all those kind of things. Very good initiatives that need to be commended, and we need to adapt such kind of program here at home, and making sure that we invest more resources and so on. My last comment with regards to water, energy, food nexus story. Like I've indicated during my first opening remarks, we are done with research. We are now more focusing on the case studies and capacity building and technology transfer, because we do believe that in order for us to address some of the socio-economic challenges that we're facing in the country, we cannot continue with the linear approach, and we need to break the silo mentality. This mindset of saying I'm from the water sector, I'm going to operate in my small corner, does not work that way. You're going to miss the bus. But if we drive our activities in an integrated or in a nexus way, this is the way to go. And even if you look at the research activities that's being driven at global level, they're talking about multidisciplinary research, looking at the biophysical aspect, but also integrating it with the socio-economic issues. And I do believe that this is the way to go. This forum should flag these issues in order to advise government. We can't keep on talking. For the past 10 years or 15 years, we've been talking about these things that we are talking about. It's not new things. But we need to change the approach and the tactics and the strategy if we want to make impact on the ground and also change the life of our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sylvester. Excellent. Ben, the magic number, what are we working towards?
We're working towards redistributing 50% of commercial farms within 10 to 15 years and massively increasing the contribution of smallholder farmers to the agricultural sector. This is very controversial, but I always say leave alone the top guys, the official guys, the very efficient farmers. Don't take their land away from them. They actually can be part of the solution. So target the bottom 50% who are really not producing very much. Okay, but I just want to take up, Stephanie made a very good point about the risks of climate change and the risks of drought for our livestock in particular. So we're just completing a big research report on livestock, land reform and climate change with 2 case studies, one in the Northern Cape in one in southern Zimbabwe, where I had a PhD student working, and they yield very interesting results about how livestock systems can be designed to actually cope with drought. But as I mentioned earlier, in KZN, grasslands are being replaced by bush. Now, goats are actually, funnily enough, if you get used to it, pretty nice meat to eat. It's ecologically appropriate. And what's it competing with? It's competing with cattle. Most cattle in South Africa go through feedlots. Do you know how carbon heavy that is? We're feeding grain to cattle in feedlots. We should ban it. It should not be, we should tax it. Actually, South Africans must wean themselves of beef. We should actually go for small stock, goats and sheep. And by the way, we need to disaggregate, because the majority of the meat eaten by South Africans is chicken, in fact. Right? So that's making contributions, not as many as the methane produced by cattle. It's also making contributions because its whole value chain is very carbon intensive. I mean, there are all sorts of issues to do with poultry production, but we do need to disaggregate agriculture in other ways as well. Not only look at who's who, but we need to look at commodities. So when I say smallholders are competitive in fresh produce and it's labor intensive, and you can use other kinds of substitutes for machinery, it's low carbon. It's true of livestock as well, but grain, no, smallholders cannot produce grain and make a go of it. It's just not on. It's highly mechanized. If we want to preserve the food security of maize production, we have to go with mechanized farms. Okay, with regards to fruit, which is our biggest export earner, now there's a difficult one, because it's so capital intensive. It costs a couple of million per hectare to plant up, probably more now, probably 3 million a hectare. So where are small farmers going to get that kind of money from? Those that do borrow money from the land bank generally struggle to pay it back. That's why the land bank's been in problems, by the way. So people, on the other hand, there are smallholders in former Venda growing macadamia nuts successfully. So actually some aspects of fruit production, particularly the labor-intensive side of it, is suitable for smallholders. You've got the capital barrier in fruit, but there the big guys need to be working with the small guys. So I think we need to disaggregate by commodity, as well as by agroecological zone, as well as by who's who in the sector. We need to have a more fine-grained view of agriculture and think about going forward. But it's also critically important, here I would agree with Stephanie as well, we need to do more research on what is climate smart in these different sectors. It's not just one set of technologies, it depends on which farmers doing what. So we need the research component. And I worked in extension, agricultural extension in Swaziland and Zimbabwe for about 10 years. We were training small-scale farmers in Swaziland. It was critically about technology transfer. We need to jack up our extension departments. They need to be backed up by research. We need a conveyor belt, relevant research, passed through extension to farmer groups. And by the way, we need to be working with farmers as active agents, not just transferring stuff to them. We need to be getting them involved in adapting this technology to their circumstances. So we have to put the farmers back into the picture as well. They're not just passive recipients of knowledge. They have to be part of the system. So it's a complicated thing, but I think we can do it. Let's just take on the challenge.
Thank you. That point Ben just made of putting farmers back in the game, you had a different phrase. But Dr. Kgapola, just before I come to you, I'm aware that there are people online that wanted to ask questions. My apologies to the people online. I haven't allowed time for that. It's my mistake, so we will redress. Ask you please to make your questions known through the chat, and we'll bring them into the discussions, Ruth and I, today. Dr. Kgapola, will you close us out on the panel? Release us for tea. The thing I would love you to address is the question of risk. It's come up from Crispian in terms of, the risk of a transformation of the sector. It's come up from Steph in terms of climate. It's come up from our president of Future Farmers in terms of let's not do what we did before and how do we rebuild. How do you see us addressing risk? And keeping food security at the levels that we want in South Africa?
Okay, thank you. First and foremost, I just want to agree with Ben and really go back to the first 2 slides that he has shown, as well as go to Stats SA, what he's saying about us. I had this discussion with you, Belinda, that when we measure our activities, we are really overperforming and we're clapping hands for ourselves. But what is the impact? That's why I like his first 2 slides, which shows that the majority of farmers are black farmers, but their contribution, I don't remember, it's less than 10%. And I think the main challenge, and again, he raised that we've got different categories of smallholder farmers, and we seem not to be addressing that. And to your surprise, Ben, I think I've got colleagues here from Provincial Department of Agriculture. We've got a program called Comprehensive Support Program, which focuses on the smallholder farmers. But our challenge is that whoever was designed the response strategy to supporting the smallholder farmers developed a template for us some years back. And because we like working in boardrooms, we never go back to see how this response strategy is really assisting the farmers. We never evaluate whether this is really taking us from point A to point B as planned. And we never even determine the impact of our interventions. So I really think that there's a lot more going on with a lot of potential. We can pilot 1, 2 projects here and see a lot of success. But statistics never lie. Look in terms of the statistics. What are the impacts of all of us, what we're doing? It does not seem to be saying much. So I really think that as we implement, we can sit here, come up with a response strategy or program, but as we implement, we really need to be next to where these things are happening. Because you speak to farmers, they'll say, yes, I appreciate the support, but if maybe it could have come as capital so that it really helps me to unlock this challenge that I'm having. But the support is just that it's structured. It has got certain pillars, and you are funded along those pillars. So even with climate change, we are really talking so much about it. And there's even programs or sections within the departments dealing with the climate change. But we have made it their work alone to be addressing climate change. Check at what we are doing as provincial departments of agriculture. We're still doing business as usual, like there's no climate change. So I really think that the main thing we need to do, and it's that whoever is bringing these challenges to us, maybe it's God, maybe we need to blame him. Because as we're busy dealing with poverty alleviation, there came the program of food security. Before we've addressed the one of food security and poverty alleviation, then we needed to commercialize the farmers. And then before we have really mastered this one, then there comes climate change. So you find yourself having really mastered addressing this challenge, then it changes, it evolves. It's so cancerous, this program, because it starts from one point and then it moves throughout your whole body. And I think we cannot really, one of the challenges of what Ben was presenting here is because we sit in our boardrooms without the farmers. We say, yes, let them do this, and we can do this, and then in theory we can model it, and then it will produce these profits, and then we are happy, and we never monitor, evaluate, assess the impact of whatever that we are doing. In terms of risks, I think risks are, as a province in Mpumalanga, we are currently developing a response strategy where we are trying to identify the risks and vulnerabilities of the farming sector so that we are able to assist, because the the climate events that are happening are really changing whatever that we've been doing. Like in the past, you'll have farmers having a very good year, maybe maize producers, they'll produce more than they'll require for that year. And even if they have got a bad year, they're able to turn back and say, but now it's disaster after disaster after disaster. So, but again, through the help of the research, we have been able to identify like the teller seed, which even in the midst of drought, as well as a fall armyworm, farmers are able to produce more. But then it's those farmers that adopt these new technologies, but the majority of farmers, we still give them that traditional seed, but they're seeing their neighbors here doing very, very well. So I think we maybe the more we have these hazards, it will really open our eyes, because right now I think we're all doing the talking, really not, we haven't yet started the work, especially in terms of the farmer support that we're giving. Many programs, we're still thinking like it's still 1970, where they're talking about people like Al Gore. I remember when Al Gore was running for presidency, he indicated these things that they were coming, and he was seen as crazy. So I think we're not saying climate change is not there. We are saying it's there, but our programs, our support programs are not saying that. They're saying something else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kapola. I'm a very passionate, committed group of people on this panel, and thanks everyone to the questions. I think the key things that we need to take into today's discussion is this question of research and how it gets applied. Sylvester, you were saying we're done with the research, but the panel's not in full agreement on that. It's applied research and just thinking hard about what is it we need. And I think your point, thank you for making it around, we applaud ourselves, but we don't actually know for what, because we're not monitoring our progress, is part of the group work discussion this afternoon. So we will be going back to that point. And Ben, I think you know the number, the 50%, whatever it is, the monitoring and evaluation, I think, would also help to guide us towards that number, because this is learning by doing. And we've been learning by doing for a long time, sometimes very well and sometimes very badly. So is what we've heard in this room today. But our future farmers want us to get it right going forward. And I think your monitoring, evaluation and learning point helps us with that. A big round of applause before I release. Thank you very much to the panel. Colleagues, tea time, 20 minutes, please. Ruth's having a heart attack. 15 minutes? 15 minutes. Can you cope with a 15-minute tea break? I'm not hearing any no's. Okay, 15 minutes. We'll come and fetch you. Thank you.
So that's only commercial. So but it's also small scale.
I think there may be 10
of small scale.
Not small scale, but black commercial.
You're going to wipe them out as well.
No, yeah, well, leave them.
Well, you can't go.
The nuance.
Yeah, the nuance. There's a problem. Yes. Okay. Okay. So that's a problem with your triangle. My point here.
The triangle is already based on statistics.
I know.
Thank you very much. There's a lot also that we don't know, and clearly we need to find out more, we need to think differently, we need to open up certain platforms and processes so that we're getting the right information, because the right information is going to help us debate and discuss and make informed decisions. But all these threads will go through, and I urge you to think about these when you have the opportunity in the group. But we're going to learn more, hear more from some of the government strategies, both on ecosystem-based adaptation, as well as the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. So we will hear from Belinda Petrie, who is with One World, but presenting on behalf of the South Africa National Biodiversity Institute, SANBI, on EBA and ecosystem-based adaptation. And then we're going to have Dr. Solly Malepo, who's going to take us through. And Solly is from the National Agricultural Marketing Council, as well as the AAMP task team. So we're going to hear these two presentations. We are running about 25 minutes late. This is going to, if we don't catch up the time, it's going to eat into our knockoff time, and I don't wish to disrespect your schedules in that way. So we'll try and catch up with some time, but for now, Belinda, I also urge the presenters to also in their presentations to think about, also touch on some of the issues that we've been hearing in the panel, which was tremendous. Thank you very much. Belinda, please take us through EBA.
All right, thanks, Ruth. And I'm gonna not race through this, but just touch on the highlights in the interest of time. SANBI is working, the South African National Biodiversity Institute is working with Water and Sanitation, Department of Water and Sanitation, and with agriculture and with forestry, fisheries and environment to develop ecosystem-based adaptation initiatives across the country. I'm here to talk about two of them. I'm going to talk about ecosystem-based adaptation for water and ecosystem-based adaptation for food security. But I have now very definitely got a SANBI hat on. They delegated this job to me. So I'll start with whatever I start with, but it'll need a pointer. A clicker. I'm going to just take us very briefly through what is EBA. We're getting into the issues that were discussed on the panel this morning. How do we capacitate our smallholder farmers? How do we avoid some of the risks that Dr. Olver raised, some of the risks that Prof. Midgley raised, and to try and address the sort of transition that Ben was talking about, for example. So I'll talk a little bit about that, and then I'm going to give you examples on the farm and water aspects of these programs, and they are programmatic, not least because of the nexus issues in this country and what we're facing there. So what is ecosystem-based adaptation and why is it important? Firstly, it's about putting ecosystems at the center, so in the middle of all the arrows. It really is about leveraging the coherent utilization of the role that well-functioning ecosystems can play in achieving positive societal and development outcomes and building climate resilience. So that's just in a nutshell what we're talking about. It is integral to South Africa's national climate change strategy, and as such, it's also become integral to other strategies. For example, the National Human Settlements Climate Change Strategy, and this may come as a surprise to many of you, has got ecosystems at its heart, and that for those that are involved in the built environment workshop of this project tomorrow. We'll hear a little bit more about that. It uses, the approach uses biodiversity and ecosystem services to support communities to adapt in a less predictable climate system. It's also, I think, a lot about what you were talking about, our colleague from Rand Water, on SDG 12 and looking at production and supply. It involves investments in the management, restoration, and rehabilitation of ecosystems. We've heard about degradation. We've heard about the risks that we've run and engendered and caused some problems with, and this is hampering ecosystem services. It's limiting the ability of critical systems such as water and soil nutrients to be released into the environment. This approach can also be used to lessen flooding, so it's a flood management solution, improve water and soil quality, and contribute to livelihood opportunities. Important in terms of addressing poverty, we heard about the triple challenges this morning, we can't not. And poverty in South Africa has got a strongly rural face, obviously also peri-urban, with more than 50% of the population being poor in terms of money metrics, 6 out of 10 households multidimensionally poor. That's in terms of things like access to services, water and sanitation, hygiene, housing, nutrition. We heard a lot about that this morning, etc. So people that are considered poor on 3 or more dimensions are multidimensionally poor. It takes us out of that absolute number metric that we tend to use. And with this, many households are dependent on grants. And that's just, those maps just show you where we are and where we're expected to go. There's a strong policy and governance context already. We have policy in place that we can leverage for these solutions. It was one of the reasons I was asking the panel this morning, how do we work with what we've got to do things better? I'm not going to go through all of this, but the policy enabling environment starts with our constitution. So it starts at the very highest level possible, which does guarantee the right to dignity, equality, to food and to water, and to the protection of the environment. So in my way of thinking, the nexus is embodied in the constitution in this country, and that flows all the way through. Provincial departments in South Africa have got mandate for agriculture. They've got a budgeted mandate for agriculture, many of them in the room. This is why. Whereas for water, municipalities, particularly the metros and district municipalities, have got the budgeted mandate for water, and so provide the local face of state. In addition to which, they are responsible for reducing poverty through job creation and through developing integrated programs. And then we've got our national frameworks, which we've put at the bottom here. National Development Plan, we heard about that this morning. The Just Transition Framework, the very recent exciting Climate Change Act, NDCs, sector policies and plans, and then very recently the revision of the water management areas into 6 from previous numbers, which I won't go into. So the ecosystem-based adaptation farm project, obviously highly relevant here. Just a little bit about that in terms of what SANBI's developing. Currently developing a Green Climate Fund proposal. The reason that I was asked to do these presentations is because we at One World are preparing those proposals both for EBA Farm and EBA Water. So we're deeply entrenched in them, and we've got some of the EBA Farm champions with us today. Zanelli Pakis from KZN and Dr. Kgapola, who you heard from earlier in Mpumalanga. But this project is about, or program is about, transforming smallholder systems that are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So it very much embodies a lot of what we talked about this morning on the panel, and I think a lot of the questions that were raised around risks and opportunities are hugely pertinent to this. But it is looking at ecosystem-based adaptation to support farmers to become much more climate resilient, to climate resilient, full stop, but through addressing some of the fundamental issues that I'm not going to rehash. We heard them this morning, and those issues are exactly at the fore of this program, which is looking at integrated systematic interventions to break the climate poverty development cycle in rural communities. It is seeking to address root causes, hence the EBA approach, and those root causes of vulnerability are seen as land degradation and water scarcity primarily. And I think we also discussed a lot of that today. Nexus approaches that Sylvester spoke about this morning are at the heart of the design of the program, with measures to reintroduce lost biodiversity and reintroduce water. Somebody mentioned this morning the dams are not the solutions, water efficiencies are. This is exactly the approach that this is taking. So it's systemic solutions for dealing with systemic problems. This is just a snapshot of the project sites. The idea is to scale this up across the country, but starting in the provinces of Mpumalanga, KZN, Limpopo, and the Eastern Cape. And what the map shows you is which are the districts within broader catchments. So it is a catchment-based approach in each of the 4 provinces. So the process was to select catchments, priority catchments, and then districts within the catchments, but we're looking at catchment to farmer and farmer to catchment solutions. The provinces have been highly engaged, and I'm not just saying that because you're in the room, some of you, they have been highly engaged in this process. There's been a very detailed climate risk assessment that looks at multiple risks of drought vulnerability, flood vulnerability, and heat waves. This is not to say there aren't other climate risks, but that is how the analysis was framed, looking at the different climate hazards in terms of the levels of vulnerability. There isn't time to go into that now. This is all available if anybody wants it. You can have the detail. Steph, the science has been done in this particular example. The program is looking at different farming types and methods, and particularly takes note of the fact that smallholder producers are producing for 2 reasons. One is for cash income, and the other is for food security and to put food on the table. And this program seeks to address both in the full suite of the agriculture production topology, which you've also heard about this morning, and recognizes that maize farming is the staple crop. I just want to acknowledge Dr. Gepola spoke briefly about the Telo maize varietal. It is a GMO crop. I know that somebody online was raising a question about GMOs. This has been examined, but please do contact us if you wish to look at this in any further detail. The vision for the project is that smallholder farming systems that are the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change are resilient through the transformative application of EBA approaches to farming at the catchment level. So I mentioned the catchment to farmer story earlier. The problem that is being solved, actually I'm not going to repeat this. You heard it all on the panel this morning. Absolute confirmation. Thank you to the panelists. Good opportunity for us to triangulate. But an issue around rain-fed dependence, very few commercially productive farmers, climate impacts that are cumulative and combined with negative effects, food security issues, lack of financial and technical support. There's nothing here that you didn't hear this morning. And I prepared this presentation long before the panel discussion. The theory of change, I'm not going to go through the whole technicalities of this. You heard the vision. There are 3 outcomes. In summary, those outcomes are about land that works, so restored catchments and conserved catchments. The second outcome is about farmer practices that work. so that what farmers are doing is not further degrading, but actually contributing to putting nutrients and resources back into the systems. The third outcome is coherent and inclusive institutional and governance arrangements. And then moving into EBA water, this not as much on this one because it's more recently started, but this project is about ecosystem-based adaptation for water security. It particularly targets South Africa's strategic water source areas, which are our water factories or water towers. And the leads here are Environmental Affairs, Water and Sanitation, and SANBI. Full endorsement and a full partnership through those institutions. And the objective is to secure strategic water source areas because that's where most of our water comes from, and to safeguard the resource base and strengthen security. I'll show you a map just now. We're targeting 50% of the 22 surface water areas. We're also targeting the groundwater-dependent ecosystems that relate to those strategic water source areas. But the benefit would be to around 17 million people. These are all numbers we have to validate through this work. And then to improve the security of the balance of the strategic water source areas. The objective would be to do this through ecological, legislative, and regulatory and governance mechanisms, as well as coordinated financial measures. Again, addressing the root core issues that were raised this morning, as well as the establishment of effective monitoring and risk management capacity. I think also important themes that came through. Why are these SWSAs so important? The bottom tells you why. Although many of them are remote, some of the most important ones are sitting around the Drakensberg area. They're high altitude catchments often. They're often far away from the users of the water. So for some of you, it might come as a surprise to know that Gauteng is dependent on strategic water source areas that are very far away from Gauteng. So these areas support half the population of the country and more than 90% of urban consumers. And those urban consumers do not know where that water comes from. So this is a significant issue. They also support more than 66% of economic activity in the country, 70% of our irrigated water. So whether we're looking at, the small percent that produces most of our exports or the big percent that produces food for the table, these strategic water source areas are supporting them, yet they only cover around 10% of land area. So again, often invisible, I think, to those that matter. Securing these areas relies on the protection of the natural ecosystem. Only 19% of our strategic water source areas are under any kind of formal protection in this country, and yet they are vital to food, water, economic, and energy security. These are the strategic water source areas in the map. So what this map shows you, it's true that I've covered half of it with text, but it shows you where the SWSAs, their names, so you can see in Mpumalanga, Drakensberg, in Kangala, Grassland, Northern Drakensberg, etc. So all the colored blobs on the map. And then what's probably not highly evident to you is that we've mapped these against the current 6 water management areas. And we've also mapped them, which I'm not showing you, against the municipalities that have got jurisdiction over parts of the different SWSAs. We are heading towards highlighting some of the key governance challenges and opportunities around spatial planning for these SWSAs. But just quickly, to talk a little bit about the text, climate change is placing additional pressure, not the only pressure, on these areas. There are 22 surface water SWSAs and 37 groundwater, and a very strong relationship in some areas between the surface and the groundwater in terms of base flow protection and recharge. The And then lastly, just to say that the project is adopting a risk-informed approach. There are a number of mechanisms for securing the SWSAs that are being explored at the moment to design a comprehensive, coherent program that can work. One group of these is adaptive, which would be allowing stakeholders to reflect on the effectiveness and inclusiveness of different mechanisms and to learn by doing as we go along. Another set is around enabling, so that's it's the tools, it's the regulatory framework, it's the enabling environment for supporting and directing decision making. And then last but not least is implementation of the operational mechanisms which have quantitative impacts on the ground. And I think Dr. Kapola would also seek to put the farmers, among others, in the driving seat. And I will end there, Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you, Belinda. I'm not going to take questions now. I'll go straight into the next presentation, and then we'll take questions for both presentations. Dr. Solly Malepo, you have the floor so that we may learn about the AAMP. You're going to stand there? And I'm very excited. A lot of that work that Belinda's talking about, WWF is in the room, and I know they've worked very closely with SANBI and Department of Environment, DFFE, on the strategic water source areas. Solly, please. Do you want this? It's controlled at the back, Belinda? No. Did you load it? Sent my presentation. Oh, the presentation was sent by email. To the back? To the back. Okay. Do you know what? AAMP, I'm sure. Sorry, we'll just find the presentation. Maybe then I'll take one question. Burning one, EBA. No? Anyone wants to make a contribution? Maybe not on EBA? Any questions? Stephanie?
Just for clarity, are both of those in the full proposal development phase of the GCF process, the full proposal development? Okay. Well, there's an initial short concept, and then that goes through SANBI, and then there's a longer concept, and then there's full proposal, yeah.
So it is, for both. Let me take one more question.
Yeah, I noticed that these, the catchment areas, or the SWSAs, are confined to the eastern part of the country. Now, what about the western part of the country? Is that part of the country not probably suffering? And it looks like maybe this will only benefit people staying in the eastern areas. Thank you.
So may I ask you to introduce yourself, because I didn't get your name?
My name is Sello Sobelo from the SACC, South African Council of Churches. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Oh, you want to respond to that one immediately? I'm coming.
I just want to quickly respond to that question. There is a GCF concept proposal currently under development that includes Northwest, Northern Cape, Western Cape, and Eastern Cape on groundwater.
Yeah, so Belinda was showing the surface area, surface water, strategic water source areas mainly. I see 1, 2, 3. I'll let you say something. Our speaker is ready. There'll be a Q&A after this. Great.
Let me go to this one. Hello. Yeah, I mean, my question is where this focus on ecosystem-based adaptation fits within what the focus of this workshop is. And I guess my question is, what problem are we trying to solve for? My fairly crude understanding of the problem we're trying to solve is, how do we ensure that South Africa's population, particularly those that are most vulnerable, have food security as we go into this deepening climate crisis? And in unpacking the answer to that question, I mean, I would have imagined that we're talking about climate smart agriculture and crops and varietals. We're talking about the infrastructure that enables the agricultural sector to prosper, the market regulation mechanisms, and maybe even in some instances price control, so that we ensure there's no exploitation of people as scarcities emerge. So I'm trying to understand. I mean, I think I'm not knocking ecosystem-based adaptation, but it's not the first answer I would have come up with in attempting to ensure long-term food security.
Thanks for that contribution. Belinda, you can get back to that afterwards when we have the Q&A. But I will remember WWF, lady in green, another lady in green, and the man with the hat. I will remember you in the Q&A, and you, leather jacket, okay. All right, Solly, thank you very much. You have the floor, and you have about 10 to 15 minutes,
okay,
if that's okay.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen on the floor, and also those that are watching us on the visual platforms. I am Soli Molepo, coming from the National Agricultural Marketing Council. In terms of the outline, maybe firstly I'll introduce you to our entity, the National Agricultural Marketing Council, and then from there we go into the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. We call it AAMP. And then we'll just go into detail in terms of the AAMP. With regard to the National Agriculture Marketing Council, we are actually a state-owned entity for the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, soon to be Agriculture. We are established by the Act, Marketing of Agricultural Products Act. In terms of the background where it started, it goes back to 1937. That was there to regulate production and sales of agricultural products. And then it was amended in 1968. And then now we have the 1996 Act, which was also amended in 1997 and 2001, which when you look at the section 3 of that act, establish the council itself with the 10 councillors. Previously in 1937, you used to have 6 councillors. And if you remember this act, when in 1996, it actually abolished all those market control boards. And then now we actually moved into where the demand and the supply are the driver of the market. And in 1997, there were officials that were based at the department, then they moved to the entity. And in 2001, it was when we say Auditor General need to actually audit the books of those that are collecting the statutory levies and the trust. I think that is an intro to our organization. And then when it's positioning the organization itself, we are working with different stakeholders. We are advisor to the minister and the directly affected groups with regard to the marketing of agricultural products. And we have been entrusted to coordinate agriculture and agro-processing master plan. So this is a plan of the government. If you remember, during the State of the Nation address of 2019, President Ramaphosa announced that there will be the sectoral master plans under the reimagined industrial strategy. So agriculture and agro-processing master plan is one of them. There are many. If you look at agriculture itself, we do have poultry master plan, we have cannabis, we have the forestry, so there are a lot of them. Let's just stick into the realities. Looking at the realities in terms of climate change, you look at how the disaster events are actually happening and the countries are affected by these disaster events. So where 66% of this were the floods, and then 15.4 were the storms, and then also 17 were droughts. So those are the disaster events that are actually telling us that climate change it's actually a reality, and we all have to live with it and ensure that we adapt and ensure that even we are better placed to ensure that we continue to feed the growing population. And also you see that it affects the entire world, and you see that there were a state of disaster, mostly in the SADC region, with regard to drought. So you'll see that in terms of how we should position ourselves as the sector, we need to include everyone along the chain to ensure that we are adapted to the reality of climate change. So in terms of this graph, it's just showing how this crisis of climate change were actually affecting the food and non-alcoholic beverages. And you know that looking at the trends in terms of production and also the demands that are actually associated with the growing population, with this, the prices are really affected. So it actually calls to all the stakeholders in the sector to work together, whether at the research institutions, academia, the extension, and so we ensure that we put in place the strategies that will assist in terms of living with and doing forward with the impact of climate change. Then coming to the master plan, it's actually a plan that has been signed. As I've indicated that the introduction of it came into place during 2019, and then the signing of it happens on the 12th May 2022, where the social compact signed, with exception of Labour. Labour, they didn't sign, and they stated the reasons for not signing. And maybe I'm actually glad to report that there were engagements where the NMC and the Department of Agriculture and Reform and Rural Development, we contracted international labor to assist us in terms of facilitating the labor discussions. And out of 7 outstanding items that were identified, there was just one outstanding. This is linking closely to the Chapter 6 of the National Development Plan. And in terms of the delivery models, there are 2, which is the value chain roundtables, as well as the production schemes. So these are the 2 delivery models of the master plan. And then with the pillars, there are 6 pillars. And in the next slides, I'll show into detail in terms of those pillars. These are the pillars, 6 of them. And under each pillar, there are commitments in which the social compact signed. And on the right side is the strategic objectives, in which the last one, it talks to enhance the resilience to climate change and management of natural resources. When I look at the master plan itself, it consists of 74 pages. and I was looking at climate change. Climate change within the master plan, it actually comes 13 times. Looking at the strategic objectives, number 1, which is promoting transformation, agriculture and agro-processing. And I think that the discussion in the morning, they actually touched on bringing or growing the pie in terms of smallholder producers, in terms of productivity and also the output out of it. But the climate change is linked to strategic objective 9. And in the next presentation, in the next slides, I'll be showing within those pillars what are the commitments and what are the targets in terms of climate change or linked to climate change. This is just to show that all signatures were there except for Labour, and we are engaging with Labour to sign the master plan. And I think it's something that it's ongoing. And in terms of the management structure, I will show you that this will be tabled at the Executive Oversight Committee. So coming to each pillar, there are those commitments, and when you look at down there are targets, and these targets are actually Vision 2030, which are aligned to Sustainable Development Goals and are aligned to the National Development Plan, in which the first one there is to grow the gross value of production in agriculture to 32 billion. And we have the monitoring and evaluation desk that tracks the performance of the sector, and then also expanding the crops production. There are programs in government, in the industries, in the entire sector. So we are taking progress, but there are targets in terms of increasing that to 410,000. And then also looking at the irrigated land, which it will add additional 19,550 hectares. And then also in terms of the animals, also there are the targets there. And then the jobs, which is important, and also growing the SMMEs or the small businesses. And then you look at the pillars, which talking to the first one, the resolving policy ambiguities. There are issues of land, and one of the factors that made Labour not to sign it was the issues of land reform and the issues of farm workers, which are the critical issues there. And then the labor and the labor conditions, the transformation, which will get into the targets in terms of transformation. I think that issue came clearly this morning regarding the targets. And then looking at the issue of water and electricity that comes under Pillar 2 regarding creating enabling infrastructure, the road, rail and logistics, the markets and the biosecurity. And then also you go on the other side where you look at 4, which is ensuring food security. And if we are not tackling the challenges and we are putting adaptive strategy of climate change, then we'll be faced with food security. So we need to also be mindful that the food security, we need to keep up with it. And then employment. And then you see Pillar 3 that talks to extension or a comprehensive farmer support, which there are programs that are there to support it. And then 5 and 6 is more of enabling market expansion and the localization. So in terms of the structures of the master plan and the delivery models, we do have the upper body, which is the Executive Oversight Committee, chaired by the Minister, currently John Steenhuisen, chairing this Executive Oversight, and he is meeting the value chain roundtables. Last week, Friday, he was meeting the grains. This week, Friday, we're meeting the wool. So, and The executive oversight, it's actually the upper body, whereby the chairpersons of all these value chain roundtables, they are a signatory to that committee, and then the Director General and the representative of labor and business and civil society, they are part of that. And then we have the project management unit. Project management unit in terms of the AAMP, it's us at the NMC. We've established a unit that is dealing with to manage this, and we have a small unit comprised of 15 people, and but in terms of the structure of it, we'll have a coordinator for the value chains, roundtables, coordinator for production schemes, and the monitoring and evaluation desk, and also the transformation coordinator, and we've got the support. And then down there are those delivery models I spoke about. And for the value chain roundtables, underneath there are working groups. So there will be working groups to tackle various issues that affect those commodities. Then these are progress, those that have been established to date. We've got the grains, the grain value chain roundtable. We've got the fruits, wine, livestock, and wool. Both, they have a chair and co-chair. Chair is coming from the industry, and then co-chair is from government. And they are meeting on a quarterly basis, but underneath there will be those working groups that are meeting on a monthly basis. And we are working with the industry association to establish even more. Because with these value chain roundtables, these are vehicles where the issues can be elevated to the minister, because they will be sitting with the executive, under executive oversight committee. Then with the production schemes, we have a framework. We can share the framework with you in terms of how these production schemes are operated. And you can see there by different colors, those that are been in advance, and those that are just initiated, and those in progress. These production schemes are meant for ensuring that transformation happens in most areas and are linked to the commodities. And there are vehicles in place and to support transformation, as we know that with the master plan, it actually target that the contribution of that smallholder producers should be 20% by 2030. And we are tracking that according to the commodities that are identified in the master plan. I will show you in the next slides where we are tracking them. And I think it also answers the question that was posed this morning regarding the contribution of the smallholders or the black farmers, which at the moment, as we are tracking it, it's sitting at 13%. 13%. So with regard to the target of 32 billion, we are looking at the contribution on an annual basis. And then here in terms of the jobs, down there in terms of the jobs, it's only agriculture, but now if you include agro-processing, logistics, trade, and any ancillaries, that will be more. So we are tracking that, and together with other research organizations, we will be able to work through the monitoring and evaluation desk to ensure that there is reporting, monitoring and evaluation, so that at the end we are benchmarking towards that target of 32 billion. This is the tracking portal that you look at there. It was 10.9 up until 2019, but now we are in 13%, 2023. This is the black farmer share in the output. So we are doing it per commodity as identified in the master plan. And this will ensure us that we are on our way to reach the 20% target. We might even surpass that 20% target. And most of these commodities, they are under the industry bodies that are collecting the statutory levies. So they are actually obliged that 20% goes to transformation. So the funds that they are collecting, 20% goes to transformation. And then alignment to the climate change. During the briefing session, I think they highlighted that I must actually dwell into that. I looked at the pillars, and then under pillar 1, if you go to the master plan itself, there is a promote climate change adaptive and mitigation initiatives, which talks to us putting the measures together to reduce the carbon emissions. In this regard, when you go to pillar 3, it even put the figure there under providing comprehensive farmer assistance, development, finance, R&D, and extension services. So we say through the public-private partnership, there should be a research budget that is actually aligned to climate change for around 50 million per annum. That is actually required. And now I wanted to pose a question, especially to the Director of Research from Mpumalanga, to say that how much are they putting aside under Program 5 for research that is dedicated to climate change initiatives. So each province under their research program, they should set aside funds that talks to climate change initiatives. So you find this in the master plan under Pillar 3, which talks to the budget for research linking to climate change. And then also Pillar 3, which it talks to research, say the research agenda needs to take climate change into consideration and looking at the behavior of pest diseases and then the changing of host. You know, as the climate changes, we might see transition of the pest and all moving from the north to the south, from east to the west. So we need to prepare ourselves into that. And then also the government fund to mitigate this, but this is not only government, also the industry and other players. We need to put aside the budget for research, because if we are not doing research, we might be left behind. And then Pillar 4, it also talked about the climate smart food production and processing practices, as we are aware that the global population is growing. Are we having the mechanisms to continue producing and processing, but taking into consideration climate change? I'm not going to go much into this in respect of time, but this is when we are tracking the progress to date. So we are able to look at what has been done with regard to, here it's a policy ambiguity. We look at the animal health, which is about containing of the disease, mostly the foot and mouth, but there are a lot, and the avian influenza. Together with all social compact, there is a work that is actually being done. So we are able to take you through to say this is how far. And we are doing it pillar by pillar, whereby we are looking at what is the challenge and what is being resolved under this. There are some projects that are currently running that are linked to the master plan. There is the grain storage infrastructure that is actually in collaboration with Eastern Cape Development Corporation And then we're working with other organizations such as Bureau for Food and Agricultural Policy to establish that infrastructure. And then there are investment for the solar plant, which are underway in the Northern Cape. Those are the progress, and also shows the investment that goes in terms of the farmer producer support units that the department is putting in place, and then research and development that is happening at the various segments of the value chains. So we're doing this per pillar, as I've indicated. And then also with this one, we are showing that under the master plan, there was a launch of the blended finance, whereby currently there are 123 clients that were approved across 9 provinces, which with the worth of 953 million, and then there's 550 that has been dispersed. And then there's a skills development chapter where we partnered with AgriSeta, and we started at the amount of 3 million, and this is to do the capacity building in various commodities. And already we spent 1.5 million, and the commodity organizations that have benefited, including the wool and others. And then we also shows in terms of other packages that actually came under, but there are those that have been existing. And remember, with the master plan, we're saying let's consolidate and put all these programs together. And this year, early this year, Cabinet approved what you call a national policy on comprehensive producer support, whereby all the pockets of support they need to actually be combined so that there is an impact in terms of assisting producers. In terms of Pillar 4, which is on ensuring food security and expanded production, employment creation, decency, this one will actually, one area to highlight there is that with the statutory levies that the industries are collecting, and also the agricultural trust that the trustees are actually accounting for those assets, the value amount that is actually being collected is over 1 billion. And with the markets that were opened and expanded to other various commodities that are linked to master plan, include Philippines, China, Japan, Vietnam, and also there are markets in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and other countries in the Asian continent. So together with the various core partners, we are able to track all this performance and then report under the master plan. And then combining the pillars, you look at market expansion and also promotion of trade. And we know that our performance, more especially in the livestock, has been affected. If you look at a couple of years ago by the foot and mouth diseases, as well as avian influenza and swine flu, but working together with the veterinary services at national and at the provincial level, the vets were able to contain and ensure that the country continue to play in global markets. And then there is a program with Perishable Product Export Control Board, which is the Export Readiness and Market Access Program, that with a budget of 5.6 million. This is actually to assist around 1,491 smallholder farmers to assist them to acquire or to be certified with SACAP. So this is important because you know that if we say we want to grow the pie from 13% up to 20 or even more, we need to assist them to comply with the market. With the conclusions and the next steps, we hosted the dialogue with the National Planning Commission on the 31st of October with the theme of accelerating the implementation of agricultural and agro-processing master plan. And I can tell you that the participation was great and we received critical inputs. And then the labor negotiations, I've indicated that they are at advanced stage. So what is remaining there is that the issue of land reform that must be sufficiently balanced and include the reference to other systematic tools of land reform, not simply market mechanism. So they want a tax change in this regard. So, but this matter will be elevated to the next sitting of the executive oversight. At the moment, as I've indicated, that the minister is meeting with the various value chain roundtable players. But as soon as that, they will be hosting the executive oversight where all social partners will be expected to present to the minister, including labor. And that remaining or outstanding matter might be resolved. I think from my side, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Solly, for that enlightening presentation. Also, I mean, we keep saying there's so much going on. There's instruments and frameworks and initiatives, lots going on, and how do we take note of all of this in moving forward to accelerate adaptation readiness in the sector, given everything that we've been talking about today. I am going to honor my word, excuse me, and the burning questions, I'm going to go to you, and I'm going to ask you, please let us know who you are when I give you the mic. And please, I'm going to take questions now, and I'm going to start with those that asked earlier, also for Solly, so both on EBA as well as the AAMP. And let's start with WWF, but introduce to the room, hey?
Thank you. I'm Luyanda Janjala from WWF. I'm responsible for smallholder farmers. I'm a program manager there. My question is on MBA, ABA. I wanted to check, where are you guys at with the proposal? Because we are working on food loss and waste proposal for smallholder farmers for GCF. So I wanted to check if we can work together, because I look at the provinces that you are prioritizing, and these are the same provinces that we are aiming or wanting to work in. Thanks.
Fantastic. Ma'am.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, my name is Prudentia Guguletu Zigalala. I am with UNESCO, based here in Johannesburg, South Africa. My question is on the EBA presentation by Belinda. I'm really curious as to what kind of comprehensive communication plan to make sure that all of the outcomes actually from all of the studies and analysis are able to be understood by the practitioners and the farmers on the ground on this work that you are putting together for the CSAF. What communication plan really, from high-level science conversation to someone who's going to have to do something within the landscape. Thank you so much.
Excellent question. Thank you very much. So how are we going to make it all real? Oh, you have a mic. Please introduce yourself. I'll come to you.
My name is Sandile. I'm from Somi Investment. I'm an emerging farmer. My question was on EBA as well. I just wanted to know, is it still in a research level or is it approved? Or gonna replace the land reform program? The reason I'm asking is because it becomes difficult for us citizens to access such programs. So without clear communication levels, we don't get to know them. And even so, with land reform, we've gone through the exercise of application, and because one of the major part of farming is land, it's just difficult for us to access that part of it. And although in the face value, you look at the program and you think this is gonna happen, it doesn't happen to some of us. And as I'm talking, I said I'm talking for the citizen, we're part of this 32% unemployed, which want to access the agricultural career, and because of this land, it becomes difficult. One of the problems being the access to finance, because when they put the requirements, the department operate like a bank. So I'm saying when they approve this EBA's program, they must look at such. I know it cannot be addressed here, but I'm highlighting it. Maybe someone could in future look at it, because it really affects the citizen, especially the unemployed, because if they operate like bank, most of them, they won't be able to access the funds. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask you and make a plea with you in the group work, continue this. There's a group that you're going to want to go to. Okay? Introduce yourself.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Clement Mepudi. I'm from the grassroots for climate action. I'm a horticulture expert by profession. I'm a climate justice activist. My question is not a question, it's a comment, because we are sharing ideas here, but I hear we are speaking about food security. We are not speaking about food sovereignty, because food security can be food insecurity, as it's happening now. Because in food sovereignty, people choose what they eat, and people decide when and how to get their food, and people define their own food and agricultural system, and people produce healthy and cultural appropriate food using their indigenous knowledge and using their grassroots knowledge, based on food production on their own heritage. Because now I can see all the time is food security. Food security is meant for the companies who secure food for the country. But food sovereignty is how people produce their food. Because if you can afford an organic tomato, then you, like mostly me, I'm from the grassroots level, you have to get the tomato that came from the market, which was outdated. And which means there will be diseases, there will be no healthy lifestyle for us. Now we have to just implement the real just transition, so that each and every one must be equal. No one must be left behind due to that you can't afford an organic. If you go to Woolworths, you go to ShopRite, the prices are not the same, but the grade will be the same. Thanks, Emma.
Thank you very much. I'm going to end with you for this round of questions. You have lots of opportunity to talk in the groups, so go and make lots of noise in the groups. But I need to ask Belinda, and there are no questions for AAMP yet. Okay, Mbangi, you have the last question, and then I'll come back to you, Belinda, and then Solly.
BBC, sorry. Thank you very much. The question is a little bit maybe directed at the sort of national agriculture marketing domain in the presentation that was made. I noticed that there is quite a bit of work done within the context of cross-linkages with the other areas that impact that domain. But the question is, how much of interdependencies in the sense of picking it up from the climate change perspective? Because I understand there is a national infrastructure plan, for example, which has been planned through the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which picked up, it says 2050, which picks up on 4 infrastructure network or network infrastructure. The first is transport, communication, water, electricity, or energy, I think. The question is, how much of that have we sufficiently mapped to see if whatever we are recommending on the other side is actually feeding into addressing some of the issues that we have? And for those of us who are in the research domain or something, we might want to know to some degree the granular information down to local level in respect of the commodities that I actually mentioned. Whether this information is readily accessible or it's something that can actually be made available. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I need to, the man in the black jacket.
Okay, thank you. My name is Choice Munyai. I'm from DFFE, Local Government Support, responsible for Nkangala District, municipality in Mpumalanga. My question will go to EBA, where I want to understand the involvement of municipalities in EBA, looking at that capacity when it comes to, especially on the biodiversity and conservation. Most of municipalities, I'll say almost 80% or 90%, they don't have a capacity in terms of knowledge, how everything happens, or that function is not taking place. What are you doing to make sure that there is that capacity so that municipality can also involve? I'm also addressing it, looking at the question which the lady asked there, that they don't have information with programs, especially which happen from national or sometimes from provincial, because if you check the departments, sometimes they'll just go directly to maybe farmers or industry, and so without even involving municipalities. And municipalities are the ones who are closer to the communities. They and the communities, when they want something, they go straight to the municipality to ask. Sometimes they get surprised when they get there that maybe a Department of Agriculture is implementing a particular project. Sometimes even the municipality which the project is happening, they don't even know about it. So that is one of the question I wanted to ask, or what are they doing?
Let's hold it there.
Okay, thanks.
Contribute more further in the group because we're out of time, but thank you for that very, very, very relevant question. I'm also told by PCC, I will urge you to talk in the group, sir. But there are online participants that we haven't given a chance to, and I'm not sure, Belinda, who's monitoring the online participants. Is Luke? Is Luke? Okay. While we figure that out, because I will create an opportunity for us to hear from some of the online participants if they have any burning issues. But Belinda, a lot has come your way to respond on EBA, and don't forget Dr. Olver's question as well.
Thanks, Ruth, and thanks everyone for the questions. I know Luke and Innocentia are working on the online story, so we'll create that opportunity. Stephanie, full proposal. Concept notes were developed, endorsed, and approved by the GCF in 2021 and 2023, respectively, for EBA Farm and EBA Water. So we're at full funding proposal development. The reason I was asking what you meant is that there's a simplified approval process with the GCF, and the EBA Farm project is simplified approval, which means it's less money and an easier less socially and environmentally risky project. On the question of the SWSAs, I had words over my map. The map goes across the country. And in the priority SWSAs, there are 22 across the country scientifically mapped. Out of those 22, we are prioritizing 11. Also, DWS have prioritized 11 in accordance with the midterm strategic framework goals. 2 of those are in the Cape, Outeniqua and Boland. But the project is looking at the SWSAs and the groundwater dependent ecosystems in totality. Crispin, I'm going to come to your question last because it also relates to some of the others, which I'm just checking quickly. So WWF, I think we talk offline here, but I'm aware of the program that you're talking about, and there's definitely room for cooperation. So we do know about that, but I think let's come back to that. I loved your question around the communication plan. I mean, this is a big challenge, right? But what, and in line with Dr. Khopola's story that the farmers need to be in the driving seat, they want that communication plan more than anybody. And that we've seen, loud or heard, I should say, loud and clear throughout this project. And it's also going to be a challenge in terms of the interface, around the question of municipal capacity. You touched on it, but the interface between the different actors, who's mandated, who's not, and how to get that flow of information through across the 4 target provinces, but then also beyond, because there's scale. And that's very important. So I haven't given you the plan itself. It is in development. There is a communication plan in development around this because of the issues that I spoke about. But it is also about feeding into, as partly the answer to your question, Dr. Olver, is, how does this relate? How does it contribute? I mean, part of the thinking is that rightly or wrongly, but part of the thinking is that the EBA approach can equip farmers to not just be prepared for climate resilience, in terms of Stephanie's point earlier, but also to do so by linking them much better into productivity channels in the market, and that the EBA approach can help them to do that. And so the learning from the program is also intended to influence the policy outcomes, both from a productivity and a food security perspective. The Sandile, your question around emerging farmers and the land reform, access to finance, etc. Look, the EBA is not intended to be the agrarian land reform framework, but it's certainly intended to deal with some of the questions that Ben was raising about how do we uplift whatever the number is. I think he said 50%, but also bearing in mind that there are land tenure issues, and the land tenure issues are certainly blocking people from accessing finance, and that is an integral component to the design of the project. The question around how, some farmers get hooked in and others don't, I think that comes back to your question around the municipal interface, because the municipalities are the face to the local communities, and that has to be the channel for that, and that is how we've been targeting the different groups. And then to Crispin's question around the relationship, I think in many ways Sanbi's probably better, Sanbi and DFFE are better placed to answer this, because I wasn't part of that original conceptualization. But the thinking is that nature-based solutions, which has become ecosystem-based adaptation language in national government discourse, are central to ensuring food security in the country and to ensuring enhanced productivity and better linkages to market, which is what I was saying just now. So it is about preparing farmers, for the most vulnerable farmers, for climate change, climate impacts, and doing so through dealing with some of the fundamental issues at the same time, and better linkages into commercial value chains. I think I better stop there. We can carry on this discussion later.
Thanks, Belinda. Desikan, I'll let you say something before, and Mike, I understand it's you who's presenting next, so Desikan, do you want to grab this mic?
Sorry, Ruth, I didn't know there was one close by. I just want to make 2 points around this thing. Well, maybe 3. The first is that we're going to have quite a challenge in this project around filtering out a manageable set of conclusions and recommendations. And maybe in the working groups, people can pay some attention to the prioritization. Clearly, everything needs to be done. Equally clearly, not everything can be done. That's the first point. The second point is that, thanks for the presentation, Solly, but it's quite clear from that presentation that it bears out Ben's previous remark around the AAMP adding on climate change as opposed to it fundamentally changing the strategy. And that's something I think we have to engage, and maybe there's something else that can go into the working group discussions. The third issue that I want to raise is on the strategic water areas. The grim reality of where we are is that 10% of the land in this country constitute the strategic water areas, that most of this country is really dry. The question was, what about the West? Well, the West is dry. And more importantly, we have to be planning our future agriculture based on the modeling work that is already happening about where there's actually going to be water. And I don't know the extent to which that changes what Solly presented, what's on the current agriculture plan. Because if it isn't responding to that, we're going to be heading for a lot of trouble. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. So how are we going to join the dots and do so cleverly? Luke, let's hear from the online participants. What are they saying? If you can just share with us, and then we'll take it from there. But Mike Morris, if you can get ready, please.
Sure, thanks, Ruth. A couple of comments online. One from very early this morning, which maybe we can circle back to, was for Prof. Midgley about who had produced the fact sheets that were being used. Another one from Alan is, to what extent can we integrate the philosophies of agroecology as part of agrarian reform, particularly where it's focused on ecosystem-based practices which not only benefit people, but also ensure environmental integrity? For example, moving away from pesticides and including cultural and indigenous knowledge in water conservation practices. And one final comment, it seems to say that AI has decimated the poultry sector. What more can the Department of Agriculture be doing to approve vaccines in this regard? Thanks.
Oh, he can speak. All right. Quibus, please will you come in?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can. Loud and clear.
Thank you. My name is Kobus Rode. I'm a soil scientist and I'm also a financial planner, certified financial planner, working with some asset management companies in South Africa. We have put together a regenerative solution to mitigate climate change, and through a company, a venture capital impact fund called Restore Africa Fund. And with that, we've put together, I'm just going to give you a short background, and give you my comments or questions about this seminar this morning. We have put together a technical team of soil scientists and soil economists, to sort of implement regenerative agriculture, moving away from conventional agriculture. And that is what and earlier this year we had the International Conservation Agriculture Conference in Cape Town in South Africa. And there I learned that, South Africa is so well advanced in terms of doing practical implementation programs to mitigate climate change, as compared to the rest of the world, which I thought was absolutely significant. Coming to this seminar this morning, I agree with some of the previous speakers that I don't see practical implementation plans to mitigate climate change from this discussion this morning, because if we continue with conventional agriculture the way it is, we're going to do nothing about climate change and having any impact on changing the effect of climate change. Here I want to sort of speak a little bit to Professor Cousins as well. We absolutely agree and sort of support the idea of land reform and all the aspects around that. But and to the one speaker also, I think the SAFA speaker said, all the previous programs have failed because there wasn't enough support and monitor. Some people received land and money, but no support. Farming is difficult as it is. Now to just give somebody land or money to do and say go farming is a really, like some of the speakers said, setting these emerging farmers up for failure. The same applies to smallholder and subsistence farmers. We can't compare South Africa to Central Africa and East Africa in terms of the rain that they get. Yes, I agree with KwaZulu-Natal, it's possible. But again, I absolutely support, and we support, the growth of subsistence farmers. But we must do it in a way that they become sustainable. And nobody mentioned this sustainability aspect of changing agriculture in South Africa, well, actually globally, unless you implement, say, for instance, regenerative agriculture or other measures to sort of impact or change the effect of climate change. To the extent that, this thing that in South Africa, we believe that the bigger farmers, the so-called mega farmers, they are the answer. They are not the answer. Because we have done research, and South African conventional farmers are actually in very, very, very difficult territories because they don't adopt climate smart regenerative agricultural principles. And that puts the whole country, although we don't perceive it now or understand it now, actually in a very precarious situation in terms of food security. So, my contribution would be that we have the capacity, and we have developed, we have been approached by the DFCD in the Netherlands to develop a project pipeline of regenerative climate smart agricultural projects, which we did all over the country, which included 4 communal areas. And we found fantastic results in terms of internal returns, rate of return rates, in terms of investment returns. Fantastic, but then absolutely in terms of the impact of regenerative agriculture and changing the impact of climate change. So, I just want to offer and propose that we can absolutely build this country on, and become, I think, world leaders, coming from the recent conference where I saw, we again as South Africans are so resilient and so competent in developing solutions, that I would really plead to this audience that, we can assist. Yes, and then we don't have the fight. After we've submitted this, I just
Thank you, Cobus. Yes. No, thank you for your enthusiasm and sharing. We really do appreciate that. And I think you also highlight a very important aspect of bringing in the private sector, DFCD, and that science. And so please, I would just urge you to make the connection with the One World team and PCC so that we can reap some of these regenerative aspects in terms of some of the results that you have. We'd really like to capture that, but I do apologize for jumping in, but we need to move on with the program. But really, thank you for your contributions. Okay, thanks, Cobus. Now, Mike Morris from One World is next on the program, and he will be presenting what we've been referring to the whole morning, the actual study so far on the adaptation readiness in South Africa. So Mike, you have the floor, and yeah, apparently we have raised through the discussions, that's how spot on you all are, number of the issues that Mike was going to present on have actually been raised and discussed. So you're aware of them, and you can take them on further in the group work which follows.
Hi. I'm going to, in the interest of time and to enable people to carry on talking, you can read the report. I'm going to take, instead of 20 to 30 minutes, I'm going to take 5 minutes. And if I go over that, you stop me, please. That's the deal I'm making. Otherwise, nobody's going to do anything. So I'm going to just skip. Oh, maybe the key messages. No, I'm going to go and simply go all the way to the recommendations and forget about everything else, so that we can just, at least you've got that in your minds. What we need is a single clear government policy and strategy which takes and rapidly implements the master plan, mainstreams climate action within it, and takes the current climate, what's CSAF? Climate Smart Agricultural Strategic Framework, which was a draft produced by another government department, and it has to be mainstreamed into the Department of Agriculture and into the master plan. You can't have two different departments running this show. Second of all, we have to mainstream EBA and climate smart agricultural approaches in conjunction with the WEFI nexus. We've heard all about that, into implementation plans. Thirdly, we have to prioritize and develop small-scale farmers, commercial farmers, and those 200 to 250,000 market-seeking small-scale farmers. I call them subsistence, you can call them what you like, that are engaged in loose value chains into informal markets. I mean, my own view is that, I'm with Chippy on this actually, my own view is that forget about trying to take away land from a whole bunch of other farmers that you think are not being productive. Forget about trying to eliminate traditional land tenure. We won't achieve either of those. Focus and prioritize our attention on those two groups of black farmers and grow the smallholders sector in that way. How do you do that? First of all, take the 2.5 million hectares of state land that has been promised and give it to those farmers under specific kinds of conditions. You don't get the land unless you want to farm it. This is not about rights. You only get the land and keep it if incrementally you demonstrate that you are actually able to produce productively on that land. Otherwise, you don't get the next step. Thirdly, the 200,000 to 250,000 farmers, they need proper support in terms of extension and in terms of climate smart extension support services. Thirdly, we have to do something about the financial sector so that these two sets of small farmers get financial help from the banks and from government, because finance is also a critical issue. Then we have to do something about the just transition and mainstream within the just transition in Mpumalanga the question of small-scale farmers. We only talk about what is going to happen to the ESCOM workers that are there. We never actually say Mpumalanga is a really agriculturally rich area. Let's mainstream in this question of small-scale farmers. And finally on this issue,
We have to do something about building agricultural support, and that means going to the provinces, because the coalface is really the provincial departments, and we've heard it from the people that are here. Unless all of these provinces, in terms of extension services, are brought to the level of the most advanced provincial services, we won't win this, this battle. The other recommendation is all about adaptation ready finance. We have to do that. We have a number of proposals here in this regard, but they all boil down to incentivizing finance, working with the private sector. I'm really sorry the banks are not here. I really did try to bring Nedbank and Standard Bank here, and actually doing something about the land bank and other forms of financial incentives. And the third part of our recommendation hangs around this question of monitoring, evaluation, and learning. If we don't have a comprehensive monitoring, evaluation, and inclusive framework, which includes and works with small farmers, both commercial capitalist farmers and those, I call them peasants, you can call them smallholders that are engaged in informal markets, and see how they are progressing. It's the whole point of Dr. Kapola's intervention. You won't know what you're doing, and you won't know if you got where you want to get. And as I was once heard very clearly from somebody with regard to scenarios, if you don't know where you're going, you're sure to land up somewhere else. This means we have to establish clear measurement processes, and we have to do it in a practical way. And that's basically the end of what I want to say. Did I make my 5 minutes or not? And I wish you all, the best in the group work that we have to do now, because that's the most important part, rather than us being egocentric and saying we have this whole full report that we want to present to you. So I think, on behalf of the facilitator, if we go straight into group work, we'll get a lot more done. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mike. And thank you for keeping it brief. And I do agree with you. If people go through at least even the summary report, everything that was mentioned today, the report has touched on. So it would have been repetitive. So you ready to engage? There's another mic on. And okay, group work. We have 1 hour only. We've had to cut it slightly. There are 3 groups, and the first one is on cooperative governance. There have been a lot of governance issues that have come up today, and let alone the governance, never mind multi-level governance, but also cross-sectoral and governance for WEF Nexus. Okay, all these issues. Then there's transformative finance. I'm also going to ask the facilitators of those groups to stand up, and Belinda, you can guide me as to whether we sit here or if there are other rooms. So cooperative governance, transformative finance, and then monitoring and evaluation and learning, which Mike has just ended with. So if I may have our dear colleague from Mpumalanga, who is facilitating on governance. Okay, if you're interested in governance, then please come to Dr. Kapola. And then also Dawn McCarthy is for transformative finance. She's going to be helping that group along. And then Stephanie Midgley on the monitoring, evaluation and learning. Stephanie, everyone knows, they saw you already today. So, Belinda, are we in this room?
Yes, I think we are. So I suggest the cooperative governance group with Dr. Kapola, who will be supported by Luke, can stay in this corner. And that the Dawn, I suggest you go to the back for transformative finance. And then Steph, if you can adopt one of the middle tables for monitoring and evaluation. And each of you will have a rapporteur, and there is a template for capturing the insights from the group, a PowerPoint template, and the key questions are in the program. But that's for the facilitators. All right. Is everybody good?
Great. So we have 1 hour, and then we are going to have feedback because we actually want to get through everything and then end. And I hope, please can you show me, raise your hand if you're not comfortable if we go 5-10 minutes over. If we go over 5 to 10 minutes, would you be hugely upset, or is it okay? You have to go to the airport. Okay. Let's still try. You have 1 hour to engage in your groups. We'll have a feedback and a wrap-up session and next steps. Thank you very much. Okay, please get settled quickly in your groups. Vote with your heart. What is most passionate? groups, how are we doing? 2 more minutes, is that okay to wrap up? 2 more minutes, Mike. 2 minutes is okay to wrap up? Two minutes. Are we nearly ready, this group? This is the Mal group, eh? 2 minutes, Janse? Okay, are we ready? Oh, please don't go, please don't go. Okay, can everyone settle? We're going to wrap up very quickly. Let's hear from the groups. Maybe we can ask finance to go first? Is finance, no, finance is not ready. Mal is not ready. Governance, are you ready?
Am I supposed to report or
The facilitator.
She disappeared.
She disappeared. Okay. What is this exciting meeting here? We're just changing numbers because can't you do that? Okay, let's start. Who's ready? Governance chair is not here. Stephanie, are you ready? Not ready. Okay. Dawn, I'm coming back to you. Okay. Stephanie, are you also needing some minutes to consolidate? Yeah. Okay. Okay, okay. All right. I'm sure she'll be back in the room. Okay, we're giving a further 2 minutes. Okay, we're going to start with governance. Okay. All right, let's settle down. Let's hear from the groups. Very quick feedback. I've been told by the ladies outside that it's a buffet lunch and we don't want to be too late for the buffet lunch. So let's hear 5-minute feedback from the groups. Is that fine? Just 5 minutes. And we're going to ask the facilitators of those groups. So let's start with governance. Do you want to stand and present something, or are you just going to chat to us? 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon once more. I think from the governance group, we all agree that the governance structure needs to be grassroots focused. We also need an integrated approach, and as well as look in terms of the district, the DDM model to streamline processes and also avoid silo mentality. We also went into finance. I think I must skip the finance part. We also agreed that the governance should also involve national, provincial, and local. And there should not be any big brother approach because maybe you are holding the purse, but there should be, the policies should flow into programs and not contradict each other. And this will also be helped by doing a stakeholder analysis. The people who must serve on such cooperative governance, we should sit down and indicate which sectors are needed so that when we invite the stakeholders, they also see their benefit out of this whole initiative. It was shared that sometimes we establish stakeholder groups, and then people over time, they lose interest and drop out or not participate. So we really need to be careful in terms of establishing who are the people who come to serve there and what is their strategic benefit out of their participation. Yeah, I think all policies and in departments must be mainstream towards climate change. And during our discussion, we realized that in terms of climate change funding, we really need a lot more information and education in terms of how can this be accessed, and through the PMU unit that was established in the presidency office. So we know this was outside our mandate, but there was a big interest in terms of we hear people pledging, or actually somebody else explained to us that some of the money is just pledges, it's not materially money that is available there, but there is some funds that are available, and we need that the whole country needs to be aware. Whole country referring to farmers, other role players need to be aware how can this money be accessed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Governance Group. Any additions, comments from Governance Group? We good? Well captured? I like the fact that you had integration and all these, and you didn't ask the question, who's funding the integration? But that's a critical one, because our admin systems are still siloed. So who's funding and facilitating? Who's paying for us getting together? It's always projects, and that's not sustainable. Okay, right. Is that the governance group Mike was in? Okay, who is ready? Finance, are you ready? You welcome to stand and show us from where you are, or have you got slides for us? No, yeah, you can go to the front. Thank you so much.
I think I'll borrow your. Our group had very lively discussions with a number of representatives. There were government representatives, municipal Department of Housing, and community representatives, which was critical for the financing section. The points, I'm going to go quickly through the points, and we do have everything captured on the slides if anybody wants to look and can distribute that. The first thing is that there are funding programs, but from an agriculture development point of view, we're not so sure that they're always geared towards the climate change response. So perhaps we need to examine the existing funding programs and see if they can't be made more climate responsive. That's quite important. The other was that point that was made that we talk about public-private partnerships, and there was a call to say maybe we should be talking about public-private community partnerships, where the community is not just lumped with the private, and that gives an important perspective to any funding or opportunities that come out of that. And who are the partnership parties when we start to look at that government-private sector, and who is the private sector and what's in it for the private sector when we deal with this. Funding should focus specifically on adapting to climate, not just providing land. So the land is one aspect of it, but it's how you operate the land that we need to be funded. Often with emerging farmers, the funding mechanisms relating to climate change is very challenging. They need to apply for funding and they don't know how to, and they're competing with commercial farmers, and that access needs to be made more easy and more accessible to the pathway to funding. There's an unsuccessful agricultural sector, but from a climate perspective, is there any difference to a funding consideration when you're trying to have a climate-smart agricultural sector to just an improved agricultural sector? We need to do a little bit more thinking about that. There was an opinion that the money is actually there, but the way that it's spread is poor. So we need to look at the funding flows and examine the funding flows and how they get to where they're most needed and can have the most impact. There was a lot of discussion, so I'm just trying to... the language that we're speaking was another point that was made. Maybe we need to change the language that we're talking about and start to talk about climate in climate terms and in climate language for everything that we say. And the point was made, EBA versus NBS. Then there was a call for a climate funding inventory so that everybody knows what money is out there. How do we see what is out there? How do people know what is out there? You can't navigate towards some funding unless you know where you're heading towards. So some kind of inventory and an audit about how accessible that could be. There was a strong debate in our group about centralized funding sources and funding management versus decentralized. We didn't conclude on that, but there were a lot of opinions. You can't separate MEL from the funding. They have to be linked to be able to, for the funding streams to be more sustainable. The issue of capacity building in district local government to be able to access funding and to ensure that it's spent properly. That capacity is not at local, at district municipality level where it's most needed, and that should be dealt with. Again, people don't know what funding is out there, so they don't know how to apply for it. Role players, insurance, academia, and the international funders should all come into consideration when we look at funding. Role players should come into consideration when we look at funding. Again, the funding flow being crucial and understanding the flow from the top to the bottom. And somebody said actually from COP to the farmers in Tembisa, literally. How do you understand that flow and how do you know where it's going? I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Transformative Finance Group. Okay, great. Any additions while Stephanie comes up here to report on monitoring, evaluation, and learning? No? Dawn covered it well. Desigan, you have a mic there. Yes.
Just a few things on the climate finance. I mean, there's a fair amount of work that's already been done, including mapping out the climate finance landscape for the country. And if there's some help needed for people to have access to that, I think we can help with that. But I was hoping to hear a little bit about the debt capital issue, because the IFC had a workshop last year. We were at it. Talking to this issue around, it was agriculture specific and climate oriented. And the big bugbear, when it came down to the brass tacks, and there were many commercial banks that were there, was that if you don't have collateral, you're not going to get debt. And the question was, what collateral are you looking at? There's only one thing, and that's land. We have to tackle this.
Thanks, Desigan. Is that mic on, Stephanie?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we had a lot of points, and I've tried to distill it into one slide. All right, so the first point everybody agreed on, that we desperately need a baseline. When we're talking about MEL, we don't currently have anything that resembles a baseline. The closest we're coming is on mitigation. So we do have, for a number of years now, reiteration, the Greenhouse Gas National Inventory does monitor greenhouse gas emissions from the FOLU sector. So there is some work going on there, but we do not have something similar for adaptation. Then at a high level, at a national level, there was a point made that we need to assess and monitor the efficacy, the impact of our policies. We need to reassess them, evaluate them every now and again, see if they're having the desired outcomes for the desired beneficiaries. Then we can measure finance at a high level as well, inflows of investment, funding. On funding, the point was made that very little government funding seems to be coming available for the agricultural sector for adaptation. And we're going to have to look towards the private sector more and more to help with co-financing investment. Public-private partnerships are going to become really important to drive uptake, and through that mechanism also then monitor the growth and resilient growth, sustainable growth of the sector. The point was also made, just coming back to mitigation and adaptation, the focus here is more on adaptation, we acknowledge that, but there are very many opportunities in the space, the interlinkages between mitigation and adaptation in agriculture. And we can piggyback off some of these to make progress. At a national level, certainly we need the standard indicators that are currently used for food security, so food production, volumes and value, the growth of that, and also I think the variability of that over time as we go through droughts and so on. Where are the big knocks, the big hits, and how resilient are we? We can tell that from the timelines. Livelihoods, a number of people in the sector, that is something that one can monitor to see that intended beneficiaries, the more and more small-scale farmers are becoming successful farmers, are getting access to land. And all these things at a national level would indicate a resilient system that can take the knocks. And the point was made that one can try and find an indicator for how well the sector bounces back when things do happen, climate disasters happen, on a farm level and then all the way up to national level. Very importantly, at the farm level, at the ecosystem or at the landscape level, the environmental health indicators that would indicate that climate-smart agriculture is working, that more agroecologically based systems, farming practices are having the desired effect on more water quantity, better water quality, better soil health indicators, and that these link to better production, better yield, and livelihoods, making that link. Also, the point was made, localized food systems, measuring the distance between producer and consumer, and also nutritional food, short distances in the marketing trajectory. Then another way that one could monitor in this space is to have almost an approach that SAON takes. So SAON is the South African Environmental Observation Network. They are very scientifically based. They take a long-term view of monitoring, especially in the environment. But something similar could be done for agriculture, where you have selected sites across the country, different agroecosystems, and you could then monitor those sites for your variables regularly to see, and then especially in areas where climate-smart agriculture practices are being introduced, see how those introductions over time actually lead to improvements at ground level. Then we talked about using technology, for example, to populate or to get the data that we need, especially from the smallholding sector. In the Western Cape, we're doing this in terms of disaster rapid assessment of what kind of losses they've had, what kind of financial losses and so on. We have an app they've developed where the farmers can very quickly send the information through the app. And something like that could be scaled up, not just to disasters, but to have a data gathering and monitoring system that is actually fed by the farmers themselves using their cell phones. And this could be done not just for disasters, but on an annual or biannual basis, saying how their practices have improved their livelihoods, their yields, or whatever it is. One would then have to look at how to verify that, obviously. Maybe the extension services could then come in to help with verification. And then lastly, but not least, because this was really pointed out as a massive need, is to monitor education, training, and awareness, and particularly with respect to extension services. The point was made that we need a lot more extension officers out there in the field, a reasonable number per farmer, but if government cannot resource that level, then maybe we need to do things differently, and we need to upskill and invigorate the current services and create more awareness around climate-smart agriculture, and especially new things that have come in that extension officers have been still advising on very old methods that have been used from the previous century in terms of agriculture. We need to get everybody reskilled, upskilled on these practices and invigorate them to feel that this can make a difference to the farmers they're serving. But then also in the curriculum in the tertiary sector, especially in agriculture, really bringing this in and mainstreaming it so that it becomes a whole a change in ethos, a change in philosophy across the whole sector, not just something that a few people talk about. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Some great points there. Any additions, any thoughts, any final burning issues you must talk about? Hey, because we're wrapping up that feed work, and we're going to come to our commissioner over here to ask him to share with us his synthesis of today. So Janse, maybe would you like to do it from there, or would you like to do it from the podium? From the podium. Very good. Belinda, any issues, any response? No? You enjoyed it? Very good. Thanks, Janse.
Ruth, thank you for facilitating excellently today. I need to be short, and it's a very difficult topic to be short about. I think, is there feedback, or is it, sorry. I think, Desigan, you started out this morning saying that South Africa is not an agriculturally friendly country, but a lot has been done nonetheless. I think very few people know that South Africa is according to OECD statistics, World Trade Organization statistics, it's the only country in sub-Saharan Africa that is food secure. And this is an important complement to the agricultural sector, that under dire circumstances, in one of the 30 driest countries in the world, we've been able to be food secure over centuries. Food affordability is still a big challenge, and access for all farmers to participate in this sector, I think, are the challenges that have been highlighted throughout the morning. But South Africa also shows what can be done if we put our minds to it. In many respects, we lead the way in many things, and I think in agriculture we do the same thing. One of those statistics, for one, is the fact that the greenhouse gas emissions footprint of South African agriculture has been coming down over a number of years. Take into account also, and maybe starting at the very beginning, is that we also live in a society where our national government cannot afford to invest too much in agriculture. In fact, our agricultural sector is one of those that is least supported in global terms by our national government, with less than 3% national spend going to agriculture. One of the challenges, again, we sit in a country where we have a very skewed sector, extremely dualistic, a societal problem that we all grapple with and should be grappling with a lot more than what we sometimes see or appreciate. And we understand that. The commercial sector understands completely that it's not viable for a sector with a skewed demographics and a skewed income distribution to be able to be relied upon for South Africa's food security. So there's a keen appreciation for the fact that that change is necessary. And the theme, I think, that today's discussions came about was mainly focused on was how do we support subsistence, small-scale, emerging HDI farmers to also participate and become included in commercial agriculture and feeding in society. On that, I think one mustn't underestimate the fact that the roughly estimated 2 million subsistence or small-scale farmers have a massive contribution to food security in the country. It needs to be borne in mind that this is not a pitting of a commercial agricultural sector against the small-scale agricultural sector. We're all in the same boat together with respect to the social stability that food security and the ability to feed our population actually provides. It's a vitally important sector that needs to be cherished as much as possible. I'm not going to repeat all the outcomes from the group work, but I think a couple of the themes that we came out as, particularly in the first session of this morning, is the crucial reliance that needs to be placed on science and evidence-based science and decision-making that comes with that. The need, especially, and I think, Stephanie, you made that point so succinctly and clearly this morning, is this need to be, to focus on local, almost granular effects of climate change on the different areas, ecosystems throughout South Africa, as opposed to having a global view or a national view only on that. And that ecosystems-based approach around farmer development planning and everything that goes with that. There's been a strong emphasis on the increase of uptake of knowledge and the distribution of the knowledge channels that are available and how to get them through to subsistence or small-scale farmers. I've mentioned the point about dualism of agriculture that came in. The need for radical agrarian reform is a vital. I think we do understand that, we all appreciate that. Interestingly enough, South Africa is not the only country in the world that's grappling with that. There's been a major consolidation of agricultural enterprises with large-scale industrial agriculture taking over, and the smaller scale subsistence worldwide being pushed out. So it's not only unique to South Africa, and something that places our food security and our food systems at risk altogether and needs to be looked at altogether. We've spoken about the tension. We spoke about the tension between agrarian reform and food security, also something that is high at the agenda of all thinkers or role players within the space. And I think we've talked about especially that need, and I think the point was made very good by Dr. Paula about the need to walk the talk. Not only talk about academic or very high-level thinking about agriculture altogether, but need to actually implement and start implementing at a rapid pace. We spoke about, in conclusion, application of research and the learning by doing mechanism that we do find in South Africa. I think having all said of that, and I will leave it at that, Ruth, I know I can carry on, but I'm really providing a succinct or a shortened summary of everything that we spoke about today. And again, I'm not going to repeat everything that was said about the ecosystem-based adaptation, about the agricultural and agri-processing master plan, and the other topics that were discussed in the group work as well. I think the point I was made before is that we live in a country that has significant challenges, societal, and none of those are played out more clearly or evidently than in the agricultural space. At the same time, we need to appreciate the fact that our farmers are doing their very best together with government to address these problems as much as possible, with as little as possible government support financially flowing towards the agricultural sector. We're resilient people. We're people that know how to make a plan, as they say in the agricultural vernacular, in Afrikaans in particular, boer maak 'n plan, and we make do with what we have. Having said that, there's enormous pressures on our country to remain food secure, to be able to feed our population. And I think within the context of climate change, this is something that is going to be even more sharply put into focus when it comes to food security in the country as such. I'm going to leave it at that, Ruth, and thank you for your facilitation, also to the conveners and the organizers of today's event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janse. I think you've captured that. That was a great synthesis. Thank you very much. I think, just going around the room when you were in your groups also, I was hearing things about integration and communication, and we're not hearing enough, and we don't know who's doing what, and there's some sense of I don't want to say disconnect, but we need to know better what is all going on. And I heard Mbangi say something about we need to prioritize. And so where's going to be the most strategic areas for our interventions in bringing some of these things together? So that's all I wanted to add on to yours, Janse. But where do we go from here? And this is 2 minutes from me, really just to say that the One World team has heard what you've had to say. We thank you for your contributions. They need to be woven into the draft document on this state of readiness, basically, and that will be refined. There was one more thing in terms of one of the key messages that I wanted to say, the just transition and the opportunities that there are in agrarian reform. And I think Ben made a strong point about just some of the changes and opportunities when we start linking these things, and that will help also in our prioritization. But really, One World team is going to engage with all the proceedings, feed it into the paper, refine that paper, engage further with PCC, and then we would have a refined paper, and there are 3 in the series: agriculture, water, and built environment. That refined paper will then go into the formation or the drafting or the crafting of a synthesis paper, looking at built environment, water, and agriculture. And you would have heard already how many times water and also transport and infrastructure came up today. Those linkages between the 3, they're not separate. That synthesis paper is going to be drafted, and I think that we're looking at December, January, Belinda. And then a workshop similar to this for the synthesis, so there's still opportunity to engage further, a workshop in Q1 next year. So between January and March, there will be a PCC process such as this on the synthesis paper. Critical engagement, that one. But thank you. that's it. Thank you for your contributions. PCC has provided lunch for you, and if we run, we won't get the scraps because it was a buffet, and people have been eating already. But those of you traveling, be safe. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I know a lot of people in our sector couldn't be here for resources and conflicting policy things happening this week. Is there any opportunity to give written comments? To whom, by when? I'll give you a comment. Or you a comment, and I can use that.
Okay, so if you do want to, if you know in a similar situation, those that were not here but want to contribute, that report is out there, and you can submit written comments, and it is to Belinda and One World, and I'm sure they'll contact you. But Belinda, yeah, and people can contact you also through the organizers, just in terms of making those submissions. That would be tremendous. So thank you for asking that question. Okay, I thank each and every one of you for staying the entire course, for your contributions, for the presenters, and all, and the organizers. Thank you so much for sharing today. Let's take it forward, and yeah, to accelerate readiness. And thank you so much for your contribution. Bye-bye.
For a start.